Hello, Noor ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well today.
Yes, very good.
And how's the weather in your country?
The weather is fine. It's a
Okay,
sunny day right now.
sounds good. So thank you so much to all the participants who have joined us for now. Uh, we are going to start this conference very soon.
Thank you.
Uh, Hello, Alpina Karsha ma'am. Hello, Harun.
Hello,
I hope you're doing well today.
I'm doing well. I hope you're as well.
We are doing well. Okay, so we are going to start the conference. So welcome to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference, everyone. Okay. So today we have participants from these 11 countries around the world. That is Philippines, India, Thailand, Turkey, Malaysia, Nigeria, China, Pakistan, Poland, and USA. And we are broadcasting these conference on Facebook Live as well on multiple pages of Eurasia Research, and the links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. So moving ahead with the uh, conference, I would like to introduce you all to our organization. Thank you for being patient. So welcome to Eurasia Research International Conference. Please allow me a moment to introduce you to Eurasia Research in a nutshell. With over 1 million more satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era, and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals. We encourage intellectual development and to create opportunities for networking and collaborations. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarship. We also provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote student and research scholars to participate in international conference. Young research scholarship is provided in the form of a full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associate journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing, which are as follows: Google Scholar, Cross-Check, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keeper's Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKP Index, and we will be soon applying to Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynote across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interest. So you can also join our Facebook group and be a part of the discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to request our participants to enjoy the benefit of our lifetime membership in just USD 55. We have over 10,000 plus members from across the globe. We would like to share some of our past participants' experiences with you. So thank you for your patience and valuable time. We will now move forward with the conference. Please allow me a moment.
Tricycle ka papunta rito.
Mm-mm.
Magkano bayad mo?
So before starting with the conference, I would like to introduce myself. I am Rinki Rupani. I will be your conference host for today. Now we will start with, I would like to introduce you to our TERA president, who is Lion M. Shelley. She has higher education executive, adjunct professor of Boston College, Chestnut Hill, MA, USA. Now we will see what she has to share with us.
I am Dr. Lynn Shelley, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of TERA Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online. So there wasn't much of a pivot. But I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that are formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference pre-COVID, and last year I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way, because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
Yeah, so my research is about the role of top-down.
So thank you everyone for being patient, and we are really thankful for Lion and Shelley ma'am for sharing such a great presentation with us and for sharing her views with us. Now we will move ahead with our first eminent speaker for today. That is Monia Benjelon ma'am. She's from National School of Applied Sciences, Hassan Universities, Morocco. Let's see what she has to share with us.
Yeah, so my research is about the role of top-down and bottom-up listening strategies in improving Moroccan university students' listening comprehension and language skills. So 2 groups of students, a control and an experimental belonging to the same year and field, took part in the study. Both groups were exposed to a pre-listening and a post-listening test. Students in the experimental group, however, were explicitly exposed to listening strategies for all stages of the listening tasks. The study adopted a combination of both a qualitative and a quantitative approach using t-test. So related to the findings of the study, so preliminary findings revealed that the use of listening strategies has significantly proved effective in helping students in the experimental group. Yes.
Excuse me, something is wrong. We cannot hear anything.
Yeah, so my research is about the role of top-down and bottom-up listening strategies in improving Moroccan university students' listening comprehension and language skills. So 2 groups of students, a control and an experimental belonging to the same year and field, took part in the study. Both groups were exposed to a pre-listening and a post-listening test. Students in the experimental group, however, were explicitly exposed to listening strategies for all stages of the listening tasks. The study adopted a combination of both a qualitative and a quantitative approach using t-test. So related to the findings of the study, so preliminary findings revealed that the use of listening strategies has significantly proved effective in helping students in the experimental group to develop their listening comprehension, especially for specific information and language production, which was more meaningful and effective than that of the control group. So that's in a nutshell, yeah. Yeah, obviously, I have encountered a number of challenges in my research journey, especially related to research methodology, as all researchers know. For instance, in qualitative research, when you have a purposive sampling, it takes time to find participants participants that satisfy the criteria of your research, and you may have a limited number of participants who may not be available all the time or whenever you need them. So you are likely to lose some of your participants, which may affect the data and eventually the results of your study. For quantitative research, even if you may have choose your participants randomly and you collect your data smoothly, you need to master the research instruments to use for the analysis of your data. My motivation behind any research in the field of education is to try and sort out learning and teaching related issues on a regular basis. Of course, to make my teaching and students' learning enjoyable and effective through doing lots of readings on those issues, attending conferences and workshops, and participating actively, of course, in the conferences and workshops to exchange practical ideas and implement them in the real classroom context. Well, for this study in particular, on many occasions, I have observed that students were struggling to understand spoken English because, although they spend time listening to the teacher, their fellow students, and recordings, they are rarely exposed to listening strategies which can help them become more effective and efficient listeners. So my motivation behind the study was to find out how much progress students could make in their listening comprehension and language skills after implementing the top-down and bottom-up listening strategies. I will tell them, first of all, choose the topic of research very carefully, which is, in my opinion, the first key to success in your research journey. It should be interesting to you, as you will be spending a long time on the research. Okay, so the next step is to find a theoretical framework that can support the topic of research and make your ideas and findings have a sense from a scientific research perspective. Attending supervisors' meetings can be very helpful for you to choose the right research methodology, which is another important area that is worth exploring. In other words, after having chosen the topic, you need to choose the right methodology that can help you carry out your research in a smooth and organized way. Well, I believe wholeheartedly that the right research methodology can help you to move forward in your research. So you need to be clear whether you would like to adopt a qualitative approach. So you may need to have like focus groups or conduct interviews. If your research is quantitative, you may need to use questionnaires, surveys, or tests, and be clear about the research instrument that you will be using to analyze your data. You can also choose to adopt a mixed method, making use of both qualitative and quantitative research instruments to make up for the limitations of each approach. And last but not least, conduct a pilot study and ask for feedback from other researchers and your supervisors before you embark on the study. Yeah, well, the conference was enriching, was fruitful and insightful. The coordinators of the conference were very helpful. And also, I mean, it was an opportunity for researchers to discuss and exchange ideas, experiences, and practices in the field of education, learning, and teaching. So, I mean, all the participants were willing to explain concepts and application of research tools in their study, which, of course, I mean, inspired us for future research.
Basically, my
Please allow me a moment. we have heard Munya Venjula ma'am share her thoughts on the specific topic. Now we are going to move ahead with the second eminent speaker for the day, that is Julian Antonio Sir, who is from School of Chemical Engineering, Industrial University of Santander, Colombia. Let's see what Julian Sir has to share with us.
Basically, my research work was based in analyze what could be the future of the oil and gas industry for a Colombian context, but it could be applied for a national and the world context. And basically, we explored different scenarios to analyze what could be the decarbonization options, let's say energy efficiency, low basically, my research work was based in analyze what could be the future of the oil and gas industry for a Colombian context, but it could be applied for a national and the world context. And basically, we explored different scenarios to analyze what could be the decarbonization options, let's say energy efficiency, low emission fuels, also decarbonization technologies as CCUS, among others, and explore what could be the future in terms of decarbonization for the oil and gas industry. When you start a research work, you have to be resilient. You have to keep focus on your research because many times you can feel a little bit disappointed because the results, or because you don't have enough information, or because you have to wait for some review. So I think the main challenge in this case was the lack of information, available information for the study. So we have to spend a lot of time researching, searching again for that information.
Okay, okay. So what was the in between all these challenges, what was the motivation which kept you going?
The motivation was my family, of course, in the personal terms, but also I have the magnificent opportunity to count with a supervisor and co-supervisor from the university and also from Ecopetrol that give me basically every week support to keep research and working in that topic. So it's too important to have a circle that supports your research. That was my motivation. The motivation was my family, of course, in the personal terms, but also I have the magnificent opportunity to count with a supervisor and co-supervisor from the university and also from Ecopetrol that give me basically every week support to keep research and working in that topic. So it's too important to have a circle that supports your research. That was my motivation. For new or young people or person who are starting a research, my advice would like is to define what do you want to do in your research. That's the first thing. The second is make sure that you want to do that. And the third is keep going, work not every day, but work every day you can support or you can make a little bit contribution in your research. And the fourth advice I would like to give to that people is please remember that this just could be a job, so you have to keep a balance between job or work research and family or personal time. It was a really good experience because we the conference gathered people from all countries. So it was, for example, in my case in Colombia, was special to be basically at the night, but other people was in the morning and other people was in the afternoon. So it was a great experience to see all these different countries, persons from different countries connected to the conference. Also, I would like to highlight that it was a conference for different topics, so it was a challenge. It was a good challenge to make to explain your research to a different kind of public. So that's a good experience in not just the specialized public, but also you need to make sure that everything understand your research. So I think this conference on these spaces are great and keep going for basically that's just an exercise that need to be going because many persons could be found this kind of experience insightful.
Thank you so much for giving us your time and for sharing your thoughts with us. It was very nice talking to you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great day. So
So that was quite an informative and valuable session by Julian sir. Now we are going to move ahead with the conference. Okay. Now our conference schedule is as follows. The first session will be of keynote talk. The second session is going to be team activity and photo session, where you have to turn on your cameras. The third session would be technical talk. Now, for that, you have to first rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence, and you may ask questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week of their mail IDs, and the proceedings will include all the full papers and the abstract that are accepted for the conference. Now we are going to move ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and the reviewer details on the email ID. That is convener@eurasia.info. It is also given on your screen. The abstracts and paper received will be first published in the conference book of proceedings online. Only the selected papers will be moved in our publication timeline. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over, and the final stage of the publication starts after receiving the revised paper from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 to 60 days after the conference date. So if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Please allow me a moment. Now, to move ahead with the conference, our first keynote speaker for today is Professor Dr. Patama Satterwitten. She's the Director, Master of Communication Arts Program, BU Academic, Talk Project Leader, Lecturer, Department of Public Relations, School of Communication Arts, Bangkok University, Thailand. The topic she will be presenting is mental health and well-being of teachers. Patama is currently an Associate Professor and Director, Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications, School of Communication Arts, Bangkok University, Thailand. She received her doctoral and master's degree in media and communication from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom. Likewise, she obtained her bachelor's degree in public relations from the Faculty of Communication Arts, Bangkok, Thailand. She has a teaching experience for 20 years. Her research interests are health literacy, health communication, crisis communication, and crisis management, market public relations, and communication studies. Together with this, her inspiration and passion is to encourage her students to achieve their wishes. Her achievements are as follows. She has Education Leadership Award in the 12th edition of World Education Congress 2023. Professor Indira Parekh, 50 Women in Education Leader in the 12th edition of World Education Congress 2023. Contribution to the current job profile was designing and developing instructional approaches and environments to support bachelor's and master degree students, managing the Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications to meet the stakeholders' expectations, especially the instructors and students, and also to build up good experiences among the stakeholders. Her roles and responsibilities were giving and designing instructional approaches and environments to both bachelor's and master degree students, managing the Master of Communication Arts in the Digital Marketing Communications to meet the stakeholders' expectations, especially the instructors and students, and also to build up the good experiences among the stakeholders. So let's see what Dr. Patama has to share with us. Please allow me a moment.
So good morning. Good morning, all participants. Also good afternoons as well in Thailand. So thank you very much for having me as a keynote speaker for the London International Conference on Teaching, Education and Learning 2024. It's a great honor to attend these varieties of the conference regarding teaching, educations, and learning to kind of, share experiences, exchange knowledge and also experiences, and also listen to the lesson learned that, all distinguished participants and also presenters are going to share. What I'm going to talk to you today is, I think it's really important. It's not just because of like the emergent of the COVID-19 a couple of years ago, but also I think it's such a interesting topic, to be honest, as we are like the teachers, educators, or even you are like the students or any stakeholders concerning. What I'm going to talk is about the mental health and well-being of the teachers. What I plan to do basically, I would like to kind of, collect data consistently and systematically to understand and know about the mental health and well-being of the educators around the globe. But it's such a big project, to be honest. So I just focus on, this topic just in Thailand only, where I'm living and teaching. So mental health and well-being of the teachers in Thailand. And my name is, as Oxy, Professor Dr. Pathama Satapvedin. I'm currently Director Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications from Bangkok University, Bangkok, Thailand. If you would like to contact me, you can email me at pathama.s@bu.ac.th. The things that I'm going to cover today is like the overview, two main things: project objective, methods, findings, and also some final remarks. Shall we start with the overview? Why I'm interested in, this topic, mental health and well-being of the teachers and educators, is apart from, being a teachers and educator, teaching in the higher educations at the university level. And I believe that not just only in Thailand, but also in other countries as well, that, find this topic interesting and, maybe face this kind of the challenge as well. What I've find out, the first one is about the shortage in the health, in the teachers' health, especially like the mental health. From Chit Suksai 2023, basically this quote or this statement from Chit Suksai is maybe focused on like the health and well-being of the children, but I think it's really important as well to be applied to explain about like the situations of the mental health and also the well-being of the educator in not only in Thailand, but also around the globe as well. Chisano Sai 2023 state that health and well-being are more than just a matter of physical health, but good mental health is to the foundations of a person's overall well-being, yet it is often overlooked. This is certainly true in Thailand, but the issue is growing concern. So this is like the first overview that I would like to give you about the shortage, especially in the teachers' health and well-being. The second one is like the limitations of the teacher well-being, especially, in terms of like the studies and also like the research. So Jude and colleagues 2022 suggest that there should be some more research and rich qualitative methods and also the tactics to be studied and examined. So this project objective, based on the talk that I got going to deliver to you today, is to investigate how mental health and well-being of teachers and educators in Thailand through preliminary literature review. So simply speaking, is understanding the mental health and well-being of the teachers in Thailand. What I collect the data is I collect from a database, online database from Bangkok University by searching and putting like the keywords, three keywords basically: mental health and well-being, teachers or educators, and also basically in Thailand. And then is that there are some more conditions that apart from search from Bangkok University database. So such keywords that three keywords: mental health and well-being, teachers or educators, and also Thailand. Might be placed on a research title only. So my search did not just only limit to the peer review articles or any that there should be any forms of the papers or articles. So it comes out with the total article around 55K, but there were only like 4 papers or 4 articles that to be selected, and is calculated at like 0.007% only. So in this case, it's just search more from the Googles as well. But what I said is that it has to be remarked at this point that this is just only like a preliminary literature reviewed only. So there may be possibly there may be more articles or the researches about the mental health and well-being of teachers or educators in Thailand as well. But as I said, I mean, regarding to the studies of you and colleagues 2022, that said in the previous slide that there should be some more studies and also the researches regarding the educators' health, mental health and well-being as well, especially about regarding like the qualitative methods and also the tactics. So with these 4, together with another 2, the search from the Google, it comes up with these 6 insights. We'll start with different studies, which give you like the overall pictures of the mental health status and also well-being status of the teachers in Thailand. And from this study, Difference 2022 said that unfortunate prosperity during blended learning. Difference conduct this research to understand like the teachers' mental health and well-being when the teachers and educators are faced and challenged by the widespread of the COVID-19, and they have to use and apply like the blended learning and blended instructions. So different have used the words unfortunate prosperity. So I try to interpret these keywords, and the first one that I found is like unexpected numbers of the good mental health and well-being among the Thai teachers. And also, but that should be, inclined to be this one, because in the details of the finding, Difference 2022 have found that the teachers in Thailand, they have not too much tense and also the depressed regarding to their teachings and instructions. But on the other hand, I interpret that unfortunate prosperity could mean to a greater rooms for improving mental health and well-being among the teachers in Thailand as well. So it means that they have got like, I mean, teachers and educators, they have got like, okay, neutral mental health and well-being status. So there should be some rooms or some kinds of the policies or the programs in order to help improve, encourage, the very more positive mental health and well-being among the teachers in Thailand. This is like an overall pictures. But there are some kinds of the variables and also factors encouraging kind of bad or bad or good mental health and well-being status among the teachers in Thailand. Regarding to Ratana Siripong and colleagues 2021, they have found a variety of the factors encouraging or discouraging mental health and well-being of the teachers in Thailand, like for example, family economic status, relationship qualities, or even resilience. That is like the main predictors for the depressions. Family economic status, classroom size, and resilience, also like the predictors, main predictor for anxiety. Family economic status, even gender sleep, and also resilience are all like the predictors as well for the stress. So it means that for the policymakers, administrators, or even like the other stakeholder concerning, they have the concerns about these kinds of factors in order to avoid Thai educators from depressions, anxieties, and also the stress. Ratanasi Ripong's and colleagues as well, correctly 2024, have done and conducted research once again about like the Thai educators' mental health and well-being, and they have found several predictors as well that leading to depressions, anxiety, and also the stress, and also like the overall qualities of life. Like for example, years works at the teaching professions or even low sleep and self-esteem can lead to overall qualities of life. Even Gout and GM 2023 as well, focusing their studies on like whether or not physical activity, exercise, something that can lead to like the good mental health and well-being, which is very interesting, and it's found that it's like it's really important. I mean, physical activity is really important predictor for the mental health and well-being, or even physical activity could lead to enhance like the teacher's efficacy or the self confidence, but not direct structural relationship. Physical activities can help encourage self-efficacy, and mental health and psychological well-being can lead to the self-efficacy. So we have to kind of encourage the teachers and also the educators in order to to attend some kinds of the physical activities, and also to have and strengthen the self-efficacy among the teachers in Thailand as well, in order to lead to the mental health and the good well-being. And also Whole to Health 2023 as well, that found that consistent growth in mental health and well-being studies in Thailand and also China, improving mental health and well-being of educators in China and Thailand. But there's some kinds of the limited and shortage because of like the insurance documents, or even like about money, human resource skills, and equipped with the proficiency, or even like having no clear knowledge about mental problems and deficiency. And last but not least is from Piyakun and Salim 2023, that work life could lead to the mental health and job burnout in Thailand and Indonesia as well. So the proposed solutions are like the final remark from Dalai Lama, that if you feel the burnout setting in, if you feel demoralized and exhausted, it's best for the sake of everyone to withdraw and restore yourself. So not just only take care of yourself, but also, stakeholder concerning, policy makers, administrators, or even, the teachers or the educators and the colleagues as well, and even like the peoples from the public health, taking care about like the mental health of people should take part in order to improve and also develop some kinds of the programs, thinking about how to improve or how to provide some kinds of the implementations in order to encourage or improve the teachers and educators' mental health and well-being. Don't forget that teachers and educators is one of the most important people in order to make the students, in order to build up, our future human resource. So that is all these are, the references that I have used for this talk. And then, well, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I would like to thank Dr. Patama for addressing all of us with the informating and enlightening speech. So if you have any questions related to this, you can put them in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. Now, Now, we would like to welcome the next keynote speaker for today, that is Dr. Oleg Shaukivi. He's from Burafa University International College, Thailand. The topic that they will be presenting today is factors hindering IB in Poland. Dr. Oleg is an experienced educator with an expertise in economics, intercultural communications, international business, and strategic management. Holding a Doctor of Philosophy in the Development Administration from National Institute of Development Administration, Bangkok, Thailand, Doctor has contributed to academia through journal publications on topics such as electronic bureaucracy and immigrant assimilation, with over 8 years of teaching experiences, including roles as a lecturer of international business management and adjunct lecturer for digital marketing and communications. Dr. Oleg excels in creating impactful courses and delivering engaging lectures. Proficient in languages including English, Russian, Ukrainian, and Polish, he also possesses IT skills in hardware, networking, and website building. Beyond academia, Dr. Oleg enjoys hobbies such as website building and social research. His achievements includes the following: publication success. Dr. Oleg has authored numerous journals publications covering diverse topics such as electronic bureaucracy, labor market challenges, and immigrant assimilation, showcasing his research process and contributions to academia. Teaching excellence. With over 8 years of teaching experience, Dr. Oleg has demonstrated teaching excellence in various subjects, including international business management and digital marketing, earning recognition for his impactful courses and engaging lectures. Dr. Oleg's achievements extend to his ongoing pursuit of knowledge and skill development in emerging fields. Presently, he is furthering his education by studying artificial intelligence and computer science at Carnegie Mellon University. Contribution to his current job profile, that is curriculum development, effective teaching methods, research, and scholarship. His roles and responsibilities include Lecturer of International Business Management. So let's see that what Dr. Oleg has to share with us. Please allow me a moment.
Good day to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you to the organizer for inviting me to present before this distinguished audience. My name is Oleg and I'm an international business lecturer at Burafa University, Thailand. Today, I would like to share with you the results of my observations during my stay in Poland from 2020 to 2021. Specifically, I will be talking about the critical factors hindering the development of international business in Poland, using the example of subsidiary of the German electronic manufacturer. Polish economy is quite strong in comparison to its neighbors. It's growing and quite attractive for foreign investors. Poland ranked among the most attractive countries in Europe for foreign direct investment. For instance, in 2022, inflow to Poland reached approximately $30 billion, and the total inward stock of foreign investment in Polish economy is approximately 40% of country's GDP. The key factor contributing to Poland's attractiveness include strategic location, large population, EU membership, economic stability, skilled labor at competitive cost, and also favorable fiscal system. That are just a few reasons why German electronic manufacturer choose Poland as its strategic location for business expansion. Here, I probably need to say that the German brand, was already operated in Poland as well as in many other European countries for many, many years. It has its representative offices in Italy, Spain, France, and the Eastern European market was served directly from Germany or from large distributor in Czech Republic or in Ukraine. And the company manufactures microcontrollers that can be used in automotive or agriculture business, and many Polish companies are permanent clients of the brand, and they're quite aware of the product, etc. However, there is still large potential for growth in terms of gaining new customers and in terms of setting the logistic and service hub for all current customers in Eastern Europe. So, having had the chance to closely observe the development of the organization for over the year, the researcher, myself, noticed that the business did not achieve any of its initial objectives, such as attracting new customers and providing better service to existing customers. This was despite the strong financial, logistical, and managerial support from the German headquarters. Therefore, the researcher decided to analyze what factors prevent business from doing better. And to achieve this, the researcher employed an instrumental explanatory case study approach, the research method that used in social science and other fields to gain a deep understanding of specific phenomena. The organization itself served as a case study to explore researchers' hypotheses regarding the relationship between misperformance and some internal issues which are causing this misperformance. The exploratory nature of this study involved using the collected facts, observations, and the field notes taken within the specified period of time, and to explain why brand is misperforming. So I present some ideas that support my initial proposition about the business misperformance or failure. First and foremost is an inability to achieve organizational goals, which in our case is attracting more customers and providing better service for existing customers. Then numerous researchers also suggest that among key factors that contribute to success of the business is desire to serve the customers, which will be one of the factors actually will be presented later on. Strategic planning, team-based structure, innovation, and evolution. So this also going to be shown in the next slides. It is important to note that the researcher was closely involved in the daily operations of the business, which ensures that all facts to derive the presented results are verifiable and authentic. The research identified 5 key factors that are hindering the development of the technically Polish but fundamentally international business, because all staff and findings come from abroad. So these are novelty, staff communication, logistic, and marketing. So let's break down the significance of each factor. At the time of the office opening, customers were excited about the current customers, but prospects of significant improvements to their business relationship. They expected several benefits, including Polish language support, faster logistics, improved communications, and novel system for addressing customer needs. Some customers had been working with the brand for many, many years, and they had accumulated various issues stemming from the culture differences in doing business between the two countries. Despite these challenges, they remained loyal customers because the product is quite unique and there are not many alternatives. So nevertheless, the expectations for the better service from the new subsidiary was very high. And potentially new customers that are served elsewhere at the moment, they also did not see any novelty from a brand coming to local market. In terms of price structure, it remained the same. Product support become even worse. Logistic also become even worse, etc. So another factor is the staff. As I mentioned, the staff of this new business entity was entirely composed of foreigners from Ukraine and some from Germany. It is important to note that Poland has a complex historical feeling toward these two nations due to the events of World War II. When the company communicated with the local Polish brands and they learned about such staff composition, many of them were disappointed or even angry. They felt upset that the job were given to foreigners, particularly to those from those countries which Poland has had strained relationship. So moreover, there were differences in business approaches and significant language barriers. English proficiency among Polish business community in these areas, agriculture and automotive services, not exceptional. So they expect good Polish language skills from the businesses that they interact with. Although the subsidiary staff could communicate in Polish at the household level, many technical issues still needed to be addressed in English, which caused resistance from the Polish counterparts. So the culture differences and language barriers affect customer relationship. Communications, language barriers become problem not only in verbal communication, but also probably more important in written business communications. Imagine a situation when correspondence between headquarters in Germany and Polish office happen in German or English language, which include manuals, technical documentations, etc., in English or German languages. But the local brands, they wanted everything to be in Polish language. And using Google Translate to address this issue often made it worse, as we all know how unreliable it can be. As a result, the end customer would receive a letter in English language in which they were not very proficient, or in poorly translated Polish language, which was grammatically incorrect. This left a poor impression of the business, making it appear unprofessional. Additionally, there were problems with the communication hierarchy within the business itself. Due to lack of clear job separation, sometimes multiple people can respond to the same customer request, causing confusion and inefficiency. Another factor is logistic. The main problem here that while the office was set up in Poland, the stock still remained in Germany, leading to increased logistic time. Items needed to be sent to the Polish office for checkups and before they be dispatched to the local customers. And for many, for warranty claims, the Polish office was not equipped with equipment needed to conduct expertise because it's quite expensive. So as a result, the warranty items has to be sent back to Germany and expertise has to be conducted there. So it's all cost, time delay, time lag, and logistic become even worse than used to be. So there also were some disparities in between Polish and German office in terms of documentation, approvals, processing, communications with customers, as I said, on both sides. So the marketing for Poland was handled by German staff from Germany with a very limited budget. As a result, even after a year in the market, many potential customers in Poland were not aware of the Polish office existence. Polish businesses extremely extensively use the social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn for communication. However, the Polish office did not manage to establish a presence on these platforms because the German office insisted that Polish customers should follow the official headquarters Facebook page or LinkedIn page. Within a year, the company practically participated only in 2 exhibitions, and it's only in capacity of observers. In conclusion, poor marketing led to low awareness or no awareness at all, and also no new business creation. So here are some recommendations from the researcher aimed to improve business performance. So the business should introduce new and unique offerings to the market, hire some Polish staff to better connect with the local customers, enhance internal communications and ensure external communications are vetted by qualified Polish staff. Need to address some logistic challenges and improve warranty handling, possibly by maintaining sufficient local stock, and also need to invest in marketing effort or establish a presence on the social media platforms to increase visibility. So this is the end of my presentation. Here you got a QR code to access to my full article, so it's allowing you to read it at your convenience. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, the organizers, and I wish you to have a good day and a very fruitful conversations and conference. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Good day to everyone. First of all, I would like
You are muted.
You are
You can-
muted.
That was a very knowledgeable session that was shared by Dr. Oleg, sir. Now we'll move ahead. So please allow me a moment. So we would like to thank Dr. Oleg for addressing all of us with the informative and enlightening speech. Now, if the participants have any questions, they can put them in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move ahead with the next speaker. That is Marik sir for today. He's the next keynote speaker for our session today. Marik Matjin sir is from Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy, Faculty of Management, University of Lodz, Poland. The topic that he's going to present today is subdisciplines in management sciences, criteria of subdivision in theory and research practice. Marik sir is an associate professor in the Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy at the Faculty of Management, University of Lodz, Poland. He received his PhD in 2006 and DSc in 2016. Both are scientific degrees in management sciences. His research interests focus on entrepreneurship and small business management, modern concept and methods of management, strategic management, as well as research methodology in management sciences. He specializes in exploration and exploitation of entrepreneurial opportunity in small business development, in taking up business activity and entrepreneurial education. He is the author or co-author of over 190 scientific publications. He has participated in many Polish and international research projects and also in research visits at universities in Finland 2019, China 2017, the United Kingdom 2016, Belgium 2013, and Czech Republic 2013. Currently, he is supervising research project Green Human Resource Management and Environmental Performance of Enterprises. Meditation analysis and multi-level approach. Financial from National Science Center, he is editor-in-chief in The People, International Journal of Social Sciences, and an associate editor in the World of Journal of Management, Australia. University Scientific Notes, Ukraine, and Journal of Economics and Management, Poland. He closely cooperates with Eurasia Research and holds the position of the President of Social Science and Humanities Research Association. He is also a member of Academy of Management USA, European Association of Methodology, and the Polish Economic Societies, Poland. He gave many keynote speeches at international conferences, example in Athens, Singapore, Paris, Tokyo, London, Prague, and Venice. For his research activity, he has earned many Polish and international scientific awards. So his internet profile links are given as below. Now we are going to see what Marik sir has to share with us. Please allow me a moment.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marek Mateju, and I am very happy and proud to have an opportunity to present my keynote speech at SSHRA International Scientific Conference. I am from Poland and represent University of Łódź. Poland is located in the Central Europe, eastern part of the European Union. Our neighbors are Germany, Russia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Czech Republic and Slovakia. Capital of Poland is Warsaw, and my city, Łódź, is located in the center of Poland, about 150 kilometers from Warsaw. Łódź is the fourth largest city in Poland, with about 650,000 citizens. We are famous with National Film School, many logistics centers and outsourcing companies. Łódź is also former center of textile industry and is so called as a city of four cultures. My university was established in 1945 and is one of the biggest universities in Poland. It consists of 12 faculties, and I represent the Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy at the Faculty of Management. On this photo you can see the building of my faculty, which is quite new and very convenient for research and teaching. Here are other photos of our university campus. On photo number 1 you can see different view on Faculty of Management building. Photo number 2 is Faculty of Philology. Number 3, Faculty of Law and Administration, and last photo is our modern library. Moving to my presentation, its aim is to identify the most important criteria for distinguishing subdisciplines in management sciences and assess their application in national and international science classifications. My presentation should take about 20 minutes and consists of 7 parts. I will start with literature review and formulate research questions. Next, I will describe research methodology and present research results. On this basis, I will answer research questions and conclude my speech. An essential feature of science is its great thematic diversity. One way to organize this diversity is to classify it into specific fields, disciplines, and their subdisciplines based on merit objective, methodological and conceptual differences. In such contexts, subdisciplines are understood as relatively permanent research specializations which are formed and substantively distinguished due to subject and purpose. They are treated both as collections of theoretical knowledge and sets of necessary skills essential for solving thematic research problems. The division of science subdisciplines plays an essential role in organizing the activities of scientific institutions, academic teaching, or distributing research funding. It is also important for creating and developing scientific communities and environments. This importance is also pointed out by Marian Gorynia. He emphasizes that the challenge here is how to classify science, which is primarily determined by subjective factors. As a result, there are various solutions to the classifications of scientific subdisciplines with different scientific communities and countries, which make it very difficult to agree on these divisions internationally. In this situation, the discussion of the type, scope, and application of scientific criteria for distinguishing scientific subdisciplines becomes of vital importance. In case of management, these criteria are influenced by the specific identity of management sciences. On the basis of this specificity, we can distinguish many various criteria of subdivision, such as presented on this slide. Examples may be types of organizations according to which we can distinguish subdisciplines related to enterprises, non-profit, or administrative organizations. Other examples are geographic range of business activities or functions of management and organizations. Other criteria cover specific aspects of management such as processes, resources, management levels or methods and concepts of management. Moreover, interesting proposals are also such criteria as empirical engagement, level of aggregation, reality, prospect for development, and time, including historical, contemporary, and future management subdisciplines. Based on above criteria, various classifications of subdisciplines in management sciences are applied in scientific practice. Examples include Polish and Chinese proposals of classifications. First, covers 18 subdisciplines based on hierarchical arrangement of four levels: empirical nature, subject criterion, management level, and specific research specializations. Chinese classification distinguishes 5 subdisciplines only. First, management, science and engineering, business management, agriculture and forestry management, public management, and library intelligence and archives management. Other example may be the divisions and interest group classification from the Academy of Management. It covers 26 specializations integrating the Academy of Management members within specific teams. Last but not least example may be the classification of the Web of Science Journal Citations reports. In this case, subdisciplines of management sciences can be found in Economics and Business Group. It includes a list of 21 specializations, however, some of them are related to economics or other scientific disciplines. On these slides, I presented 4 examples of subdisciplines classifications only. However, we can find much more subdisciplines classifications in research practice. Taking this into account, the research problem covers the identification and assessment criteria for subdivision of management subdisciplines in national and international research practice. This research problem was operationalized into 2 research questions. First, what subdivision criteria are used to distinguish subdisciplines of management sciences in classifications of research specialization? The second question, to what extent are the criteria used to divide subdisciplines in line with the expectations of management sciences community? Such a defined research problem is essential to understanding the evolution and creating new opportunities for further development of management sciences, because scientific subdisciplines play an essential role in determining the scope and building the identity of management sciences. The research problem defined above also provides a better description and understanding of multi-paradigmatic, multidisciplinary and polymethodological perspectives of management sciences development. In order to achieve the purpose of the study and answer the research question, I conducted empirical research using 2 methods. First, document study of 16 classifications of management sciences subdisciplines using formal and content analysis as research techniques. And second, expert opinion survey among 31 representatives of management sciences community from Poland and China. In this case, the research technique was email survey and research tool was expert questionnaire consisting of 12 questions. Various academic staff members participated in the study, mainly full professor, associate professors, assistant professors. Respondents represented a variety of research interests, including, among others, marketing, logistics, finance management, human resources management, entrepreneurship, strategic management, innovativeness, and public management. Detailed characteristics of the analyzed 16 subdiscipline classifications are shown in the presented table. Classifications cover various geographical areas and have been prepared for various purposes, such as the integration of management sciences community, the evaluation of scientific activity carried out by higher educational institutions, the identification of the activity profile and research interest of scientists, the distribution of funds for scientific research, or the thematic classification of scientific journals and publications. Out of the analyzed classifications, 7 are general in nature. At the same time, 9 were developed only to distinguish subdisciplines in management sciences. They contain from 5 to 857 research specializations. However, in some classifications it was impossible to clearly distinguish research specializations exclusively in management sciences. Hence, the number given includes subdisciplines from other scientific disciplines, mainly economics. The hierarchical arrangement of the analyzed classifications ranges from 1 to 4 levels of classification. Most of them are closed and do not provide the possibility of adding other or new subdisciplines to the proposed list. The next part of the research involved identifying and evaluating the subdivision criteria used to distinguish subdisciplines of management sciences in the 16 presented classifications. Results are shown in the presented table. The results indicate that the most widely used criteria for dividing subdisciplines, used in more than 80% of the classifications analyzed, are resources, which are primarily due to common distinction of human resources management subdiscipline in analyzed classifications. Second, areas of activity referring to the functions of enterprises and allowing to distinguish a broad and diverse range of subdisciplines, including, but not limited to, production management, logistics management, marketing management, or finance management. Next, concepts and methods of management, expressing the differentiation of subdisciplines according to specific conceptual approaches, methods, and tools of management. Next, type of organizations, which primarily distinguished public management, small business management, healthcare management, or sport and leisure management. Other commonly used criteria, used in 50 to 80% of classifications analyzed, include management level, aggregation level, empirical engagement, and geographic range. Other criteria were used to the most minor extent, less than 50% of the classifications analyzed. Among them, we can identify time, processes, functions of management, reality, and prospects for development, for which only one research specialization has been identified. In the next part of research, respondents from Poland and China were asked to evaluate the usefulness for each criterion in research practice. Experts rated the usefulness on Likert scale from 1, means very low usefulness, to 5, very high usefulness. Results are shown in presented table. Respondents found the following 3 criteria to be the most valuable, with average score above 4. First, areas of activity, referring substantively to the division according to the functions of enterprise. 2, management level, related to distinguishing the strategic, tactical, and operational levels of management. And third, concepts and methods of management, expressing the conceptual richness of management sciences. The second group comprises criteria with above average usefulness, average score above 3 up to 4, which include functions of management, type of organization, empirical engagement, resources and processes, and level of aggregation. They provide an opportunity to deepen and diversify the classifications used by introducing several specific research specializations. The last group consists of criteria with below average usefulness, which include reality, geographic range, time, and prospects for development. The low ratings indicate the respondents' limited recommendation to use this criteria in research practice. The results show that Chinese respondents rated the usefulness of most criteria slightly higher. However, there were no statistical significant differences in evaluation by Chinese and Polish respondents for the most valuable criteria. The final part of the research evaluated the extent to which the criteria used to divide subdisciplines align with the expectations of management sciences community representatives from Poland and China. This was achieved using the correlation of the extent of use of each criterion in the classifications analyzed with the respondents' evaluation of them, as shown in the presented figure, along with the trend line. The results indicate that, in general, the extent of application of each criterion in the compared classifications is mainly consistent with the survey participants' evaluation of its usefulness. Based on the detailed results, it can be further concluded that the extent to which each criterion is applied in research practice is slightly more in line with the expectations of representatives of the management sciences community from Poland than from China. The research conducted makes it possible to answer the research questions posed. Research question 1: what subdivision criteria are used to distinguish subdisciplines of management sciences classifications of research specializations? Answering this question, it's important to underline that a wide variety of criteria can be used to distinguish research specializations in management sciences. The results obtained show that the following criteria play a leading role in classifications analyzed. First, resources, referring to the resource-based view in management. Second, areas of activity substantively related to specific functions of enterprises. Third, concepts and methods of management expressing the diversity of conceptual approaches, methods, and tools of management. And fourth, types of organizations, highlighting subject diversity in research conducted within management sciences. Research question 2: to what extent are the criteria used to divide the subdisciplines in line with the expectations of the management sciences community? In this case, results indicate that in general, the criteria used to divide subdisciplines are well in line with the expectations of representatives of management sciences community who participated in the survey. This is confirmed by high convergence of experts' evaluations of the practical usefulness of each criterion with the extent of its use in the classifications analyzed. Based on the comparison of the results with the trend line, it can also be concluded that in case of 5 criteria, prospects for development, reality, processes, empirical engagement, and functions of management, experts expect them to be used for distinguishing research specialization to a slightly greater extent than is apparent from the current practice of classifications analyzed. Concluding my speech, it's worth to mention that subdisciplines play a crucial role in building the identity, organization, and development of management sciences community. They can be distinguished based on specific criteria, the selection and application of which determines the practical usefulness of the created classifications. The theoretical considerations and the research results indicate that national and international classifications of management sciences subdisciplines are created based on a wide variety of criteria. Among them, 4 criteria plays a crucial role. First, resources. Second, areas of activity. Third, concepts and methods of management. And fourth, types of organizations. They are used in most of classifications studied, laying the conceptual and logical foundations for their creation and further development. The results also show that the survey experts rate the usefulness of most of criteria slightly higher than is apparent from the current practice of classifications analyzed. In general, however, the extent to use of the criteria analyzed is well in line with expectations of the representatives of management sciences community participating in the survey. And that concludes my speech. Here are references from my presentation. If you need, you can pause the presentation to get detailed information. So that brings us to the end. Thank you very much for your attention and hope you enjoyed my presentation. If you have any questions or comments, I would be happy to open up the discussion. Thank you.
We are really thankful to Marek sir for sharing his presentation with us. And now, if you allow me a moment, I would like to proceed further. So many thanks for addressing all of us with the informating and enlightening speech, Dr. Mark, sir. And if you have any questions regarding the session, you can put it in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. Okay, so now we'll move ahead to the next activity. So it's the time for the team activity and photo session. So let's proceed toward our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. So I would like to request you all to turn on your cameras and unmute your turn on your camera so that we can have the photo session and we can interact as well. Okay. The remaining participants are also requested to turn on their cameras.
In a 2019 study, over 400 participants were enlisted to learn a mysterious, invented language. Individuals were asked about 3 pairs of runes. For example, which of these 2 characters represents an animal? Then, after a brief break, they were asked about the same rune pairs with questions flipped. As in, which of these 2 runes represents a non-living object? But this game had a secret. The subject's answers in round 1 determined the rune's meanings in round 2. In the first round, participants either had all their answers marked as correct, no matter what, or they were forced to fail every question. This meant that at the break, every participant had the same amount of information, and in round 2, they were playing for real. But despite this even playing field, the successful participants from round 1 rose to the top of the ranks, while those cast as failures kept, well, failing. People often describe failure as a teachable moment, a necessary stumble on our way to improvement. But learning from our mistakes isn't always easy, especially when those failures are demoralizing, overwhelming, or just downright confusing. So what exactly prevents us from turning our mistakes into mastery? Perhaps the most obvious hurdle to learning from failure is how painful it can be. People generally want to think of themselves as capable and competent, and experiencing failure threatens that self-image. In a survey following a replication of the Rune study, participants in the failure group indicated much lower levels of self-confidence after participating. It's tempting to dismiss this pain as a temporary setback, but some studies have found that when people feel demoralized or incompetent, their brains often stop processing new information. This suggests that if a threat to your self-esteem is large enough, it can undermine your ability to learn. However, your tolerance for failure also depends on your relationship with the task at hand. In a study from 2011, researchers surveyed a group of American students enrolled in introductory and advanced French courses. These students completed a questionnaire asking what kind of teacher they preferred, one who emphasized their strengths and successes, or one who highlighted their mistakes and corrected their weaknesses. In general, responses showed that while beginner students sought positive reinforcement, advanced students were more eager for critical feedback. Researchers have theorized a handful of explanations for these results. Having just started out, beginners are still determining if they enjoy learning French and if they want to continue studying. So they might crave praise as a way to stay motivated. On the other hand, the advanced students are already invested, so they may want to improve their skills as efficiently as possible. The process of gaining expertise also comes with its fair share of failure, so the advanced students may have built a higher tolerance for making mistakes. But whether you're an expert or a novice, it's usually much more straightforward to learn from your successes than your failures. For example, imagine getting your grade back on an exam. If you aced it, you could reasonably assume you made good choices around when, what, and how much to study, and you can replicate those decisions for the next test. But if you failed, it could be for any number of reasons. Maybe you didn't study enough. Maybe you studied the wrong information. Or maybe you did everything right and the test covered things you shouldn't have been expected to know. In cases like this, it's unclear exactly what went wrong, making it difficult to learn how to improve. Wanting to learn from our failures is completely natural, and there's a lot to gain by being resilient and cultivating a growth mindset. But fixating on your failures can make it easy to forget all your successes. And building on what you're doing right can be more effective than focusing on what you did wrong. One of the ways we can be more constructive with ourselves is by considering how we talk to ourselves. Self-talk can actually play a major role in performance. Learn the key to doing it right with this video. Or get actionable, science-based advice on how to build character at ed.
So I hope you found the video as fun and interactive as I did. And now we will have an interactive session as we discuss regarding the topic of discussion for today, that is how to overcome your mistakes. Now, as I requested before, I would request again that all the participants are requested to turn on their cameras so that we can have an interactive session with all the participants. And also we can have a group picture which will show our presence in the conference. Okay. Yes. So thank you everyone for being here today. Now I'll start with Adelson sir. So Adelson sir, are you here?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. So I would like to know your views about the topic of discussion today, that is how to overcome your mistakes.
In our life, all of us make our mistake. And first, was able to learn from my mistake by first accepting my mistake. And then after I acknowledge my mistake, I was able to know what the next thing to do. And what are the things that will give me ideas to the next time I will do it right. That's it.
Okay, thank you for sharing your views with us. That was very relatable. Now I would like to request Erin ma'am if she's here, so they can express their views on the same topic. Okay, I see she's not in the conference. She's sorry. Erin ma'am, if you are here with us, so can you please?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, apologies. But now can you express your views regarding the same topic? That is how to overcome your problems.
It's very important to learn from our own mistakes, and it's very encouraging if we receive encouragement from other people, support, emotional support, physical support, or any kind of support, so that we can overcome our hardships, and so that we can do our work or anything that we're ought to do easily, and what do you call this? and more energetic because you're inspired to do better from your previous failure.
That's really great of you. And I think we can all apply these views in our practical lives. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sissy, ma'am, to share their views regarding the same topic, that is, how to overcome your mistakes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Cecil Martinez. No, I'm a nurse by profession, but I am in the academe here in the Philippines. So to answer how do I overcome mistakes? So first, I have to recognize that my ultimate goal is to improve myself and that having mistakes is a part of the learning process and self-development. So I will review what went wrong, to know and become aware on how did I make that mistake and make sure I will not repeat the same pattern or path or behavior anymore. Then I will acknowledge my mistakes genuinely and authentically. I will apologize to the person or people I have committed that mistake, so they can feel my remorse in that I can really feel sorry for my mistakes. Then I have to continue learning on how not to repeat the same mistakes. Then I'll be contemplating or think profoundly, meditate and consider all possible ways actually to how not to make the same mistakes. And lastly, I'll be moving on, recover from the mistake that took place, never blame myself and don't put myself down because of it. So I will be aiming high again and pushing hard to recover and be well. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
You're most welcome. And thank you for sharing such positive points with us. Now, I would like to move further to Harun Zengin sir for sharing their views for the same topic in short. If you are present in the conference, Dr.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Yes. So we would like to know
So,
your views.
yeah, I am going to give some samples from business life. In my opinion, to overcome the mistakes that we faced in our real life and business life, the first thing is, of course, accepting and understanding that we did a mistake. So a mistake, in my observation, can sometimes be result of a chain of more than one mistake. So at this point, it is very important to determine each step of the mistake and where the exact mistake begins. So I believe there is no such pure one mistake. It's part of chain of mistake. We can call this as a kind of real life root cause analysis. At this point, the understanding where our correct steps ends and where our mistake steps begins. It's very important in eliminating the beginning of this mistake chain. And when you divide this mistake chain into sub mistakes, it's really easier next time to not make the same mistake, because in this case you are going to have more than one sub mistakes to understand your future steps better.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was really informative. I hope we all apply this to our practical lives. Now, I would like to move ahead with Kathleen ma'am to share her views as well.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Well, for me, overcoming mistakes might be challenging to one of us, but for me, overcoming my mistakes, for me, I have to forgive myself first before forgiving before I want to apologize to other people. So why do I have to forgive myself? Because it is the natural that we have guilt feeling or disappointment, but we don't have to dwell in it forever or in a long run. but we have to forgive ourselves for us to identify or to take responsibility to own up into our mistakes, and then we have to identify and those things that we have to do for us to correct those mistakes. Also, we have to make amends for those people that we have hurt due to our mistakes, and we have to amend with them. And of course, lastly, we have to learn from our mistakes. Again, yes, sometimes we commit mistakes not only once, twice, or thrice, but then to do all those mistakes that we had, there is a learning in every mistakes that we had, and through that we can be a better person, and of course to help other people as well. Thank you.
That was very positive, so as to forgive ourselves to overcome our mistakes. Now I would request Noor Alhaq ma'am to share her views with us.
Hello. I think according to overcome your mistake, we have to accept responsibility without making any excuses and understand the root cause of the mistake. Was it due to the lack of information or miscommunication or another thing? And I think we have to identify the lesson that can be learned to prevent similar mistakes in the future. Just like this.
Okay. Also, I would like to request now Olius Kin, followed in sir, to share their views as well. In short.
Okay. My name is Olusegun Emmanuel. Sorry about that. My name is Falodun Olusegun Emmanuel. I'm representing Dr. Daniel. Yeah. So when it comes to mistakes, I taken from my own personal experience, and I've come to realize that when you make mistakes, there are just ways that you could not succeed. You get the lessons to teach you how not to go about things. And you shouldn't allow a mistake to hold you down. You should take it with confidence. So some of the first steps you have to take to overcoming the problems of your mistake is that you have to realize that you've made a mistake. Once you realize that you've made a mistake, then you cannot take a step back, then discover where you made the mistake and how you made the mistake and how that mistake affected the rest of your goals. So, for example, you want to accomplish something, you want to start up a business, and you realize that the business isn't working out well. You go back and take and look through all the steps you took to why starting up that business, and see where the mistake, where you made the mistake. Because there are several companies, engineering and firms and the rest, that they go through several iterations of a product when they're making it. And through the several failures, when they are testing the products, they can now use those lessons they learn from the failures to better develop the product. Then once you find out what the mistakes are, then you cannot take steps to avoid them. And one very important thing about overcoming mistakes is that you don't allow it to hinder your progress. You have to be very confident. Just because you've made a mistake once doesn't mean you shouldn't go at it. As some people usually say, a shot in the dark. Sometimes you just have to take a shot in the dark and move forward with your plans. Because if you start being cautious because of the mistakes you've made, you will hinder your progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a really nice point that was shared by Alisigan, Faluddin Alisigan, was that we have to be confident while overcoming our mistakes, and that's really nice. Now we'll move forward to Honester for sharing their point of view regarding the same.
Hello.
Hi.
First of all, when I make mistakes, I pray first and then ask for the guidance of the Almighty to help me to understand and also accept my mistakes. Then refrain from my mistakes as an opportunity to learn and develop and to review what went wrong, to understand and learn from my mistakes, identify the skills, knowledge, resources, or tools that will keep me from repeating the same mistakes or error, and then to review my progress and just let it go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your point of view. That was really nice. And now I would like to request Mr. Pitama, sir, to share their views as well for the same.
Okay. I think quite similar to other participants that mistakes are such a good lesson to learn and also experiences gained. And because we are like the humans. Okay. So I believe about, failing fast, although it's like painful and very difficult. Okay. But in order to avoid mistake, we should kind of, check and recheck more and more, practice and re-practice more and more, and maybe listen to the feedback and also the comments from the others in order to improve ourselves. So in any way, so just chin up and fight for such failures, and one day it's going to be your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really knowledgeable. Now I would like to request Zingi Shin sir for sharing their views regarding the same topic. If I would like to request Zingi Shin sir to unmute themselves, and if they have any views to share with us for the same topic, they can share with us. Okay, so we can move forward. And to conclude this session, I would also like to share some of my personal points. That is, first of all, to overcome your mistakes, you need to accept them so as to know that you have done this mistake. To rectify that mistake, you have to first accept it and analyze it and even apologize for it if needed. And then, so as to analyze it, you need to ask yourself some questions like what went wrong or what was the process where I went wrong. So after analyzing these questions, after introspection, and after knowing that what went wrong, you have to find the ways so as to overcome these mistakes and so as to rectify these mistakes. And when you find these solutions to overcome your mistakes and rectify the problem, now you have to make sure that you don't repeat those mistakes and learn from those mistakes so as to not make it a habit. So that was the conclusion. And I would like to thank all the participants who have shared their valuable views with us. Please allow me a moment. Now we would move ahead with the conference. So the first presenter we have today is Ayotil Danyan sir. He is from the Department of Materials Science and Engineering, Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria. The topic that he is going to present today is structural analysis of a lightweight electrical vehicle chassis. Let's see what he has to share with us. Also, the participant can read the abstract from the shared video. Please allow me a moment. Please allow me a moment.
Sorry about that. Please use the link in the chat that I just sent to the chat.
We are sorry for the inconvenience. Now we are going to play the video presentation with, and then thank you for being patient with us.
Good day, everyone. My name is Eurasia Research, and I have a presentation today titled The Structural Analysis of a Lightweight Electric Vehicle Chassis. So this work was done in the effort of Dr. B.V. Onitiji, A.A. Daniel, H.A. Wulabi, K.M. Oluwasegun, and O.E. Falcon from the Department of Mechanical Engineering of Obafemi Awolowo University. And this presentation today will cover introduction, the objectives, the materials and methods, the summary of our findings, and the conclusion to the work that was done. So for the introductory aspect, we have to consider why the shifting towards electric vehicles nowadays, why the need for us to use electric vehicles and move away from fossil fuel vehicles. And this is due to the fact that in recent decades there have been increasing and worsening situations of climate crisis, ecological disasters, and rampant pollution. And the scientific community has come together to provide various solutions to it. And one of these solutions is the transition to the use of electric vehicles from fossil fuel vehicles. And this is because transportation is one of the leading causes of CO2 emissions globally, and that's alongside power generation and manufacturing. But it accounts for 28% of the total greenhouse gas emissions globally. And road transportation specifically, that's transportation through cars, trucks, etc., they account for up to 15% of the total CO2 emissions. And things are getting worse every day. Like this year, the global temperature rose by up to 1.63 degrees Celsius, and it has become evident to everybody that using electric vehicles is the way to break out of this terrible situation that we find ourselves in. But for electric vehicles to become more commonplace, some issues have to be resolved, such as the weight of the battery pack, motor, suspension system, and the chassis. The vehicle weight is very important as it helps determine the performance of the electric vehicle. But even with recent developments in battery technology, the energy density of these batteries often limits the performance and mileage of these vehicles. Therefore, to improve the performance of our EVs, some lightweighting has to occur, and we have to still further reduce the weight of our electric vehicles to put more performance into it. So the problem statement, the objectives of the work that was done. The problem statement is chassis needs to be able to withstand longitudinal twist, shock, and vibration and other stresses caused by weight, acceleration, braking, road condition, and shock acting on the vehicle. Then the chassis needs to be also be lightweight enough to improve the performance of the vehicle. Then the proposed solution to this problem is to explore other lightweight materials alternatives in place of 304L steel. So explore other alternatives like steel, 31L steel, 316L steel, explore the alternatives like some titanium alloys and the rest. So the goals of this is let's move on to the materials and methods that were used for this research. The dimension of the chassis were analyzed, and we used an open source model for it. Then the dimension of the structural members were taken to be 70 by 60 by 2. The entire weight of the vehicle minus the frame was calculated. We are going to use that for static loading simulations, then using the available information concerning the dimensions of the chassis, the location of the wheelbase, and the height of the center of gravity, the values of acceleration and braking loads were calculated. Then when the values of the static loads, inertial loads, and braking loads were calculated, SolidWorks was used to model and simulate the effects of these loads on two models built using 304L stainless steel and titanium 6 aluminum 4 vanadium alloy. Then this was the chassis specification that we used for the open source model. The wheelbase, the dimension of the wheelbase is 2350 millimeters. The track width was 1488 millimeters. The height was 1200 millimeters. Then the material properties of the two materials are in consideration. We took material properties of density, Young modulus, and the yield strength. So the density of 304L steel was 7.9 gram per cm3. That of the titanium alloy was 4.43 gram per cm3. The Young modulus was 200 gigapascals for steel, and the Young modulus for the titanium alloy was 113.8 gigapascals. The use strength for steel was 190 megapascals, and the use strength of the titanium alloy was 870 megapascals. Then these are some of the summaries of the findings that were taken from the simulation, static loading and all that. So on the slide we have the deformation of the 304L steel chassis. So from the static analysis of the chassis during normal loading due to the weight of the battery and components. So that's simply due to the weight of the battery and components without any passenger on board. We found out that the deformation, the total deformation on the 304L steel chassis was 0.208 millimeters, and the deformation on the titanium alloy chassis was 0.335 millimeters. So this is the simulation for the static analysis of the titanium alloy chassis. The summary of the findings during the static analysis of the chassis during normal loading. This is the second case and scenario that we considered. The static analysis of the chassis during normal loading due to the weight of the battery, components, and passengers. So we took 4 passengers as the amount of passengers we need to use in the simulation, and we had an average weight of 65 kilograms between each passenger, according to several medical statistics that show that the average weight of a male person in the United States is around 35 kilograms to 80 kilograms. And applying that weight on the simulation, on the chassis in the simulation, it was discovered that the total deformation was
A very good day to all the honorable attendees. My name is Dayang Sherati Datu Abdul Salam, and today I'll be presenting my review paper on nuclear factor kappa B or NF kappa in silico studies. I am a PhD candidate at Swinburne University of Technology. I am doing research on in silico nasopharyngeal carcinoma therapeutics via targeting the NF-kappa B signaling pathway. The agenda of my presentation today is as follows. I will start with the background of my study, its significance, NF-kappa B protein, inflammatory and immune response, cancer, neurodegenerative, other diseases related to NF-kappa B, future perspectives, the discussion, and the conclusion and takeaways.
We
For
apologize for the
overload.
inconvenience.
Overload means it refers to the towing capacity of the vehicle, and we normally add a 20% of the total weight of the vehicle and the passengers to the to the weight that will be used on the chassis to calculate for overload. The overload determines the towing capacity of the vehicle. So under overload, it was discovered that the deformation in the 304 steel chassis was 0.330 millimeters, and the deformation in the titanium alloy chassis was 0.630 millimeters. So yeah, the continuation of this. For the conclusion to this work was that the result of the analysis showed that the deformation and stresses were found to be under the limit for both materials, and the rate of increase of the volumetric stress and deformation was found to be equal. The result also shows that the total deformation of the titanium alloy is higher compared to the steel foil, where it makes up for it in terms of weight and fatigue strength. And from the analysis, you can see that the deformation for overload cost 0.33 millimeters for the steel chassis, and for the titanium alloy chassis, it cost a deformation of 0.63 millimeters. It was discovered the total weight of the chassis after of the frame, the chassis itself was, for the 304L2, was 365.56 kilograms, and that of the titanium alloy was 202.25 kilograms. So we arrived at the conclusion that using a titanium alloy chassis brought about a 44.7% reduction in weight, and a reduction in weight means an improvement in the efficiency and performance of the vehicle. So it shows that the titanium alloy is a viable material for lightweighting of EV chassis. But some further studies seem to be carried out in terms of the dynamic analysis of the material. So shock, the reaction to shock, vibrational loops, and twists, all those studies still need to be further carried out.
Okay, so we would like to thank Airtel Tanyan sir for their presentation. And if you have any questions, so you can put them in the chat box. It will be answered by the speaker. Okay, so now we are moving ahead with the next presentation. That is from Harun Zengin. So he's from Institute of Pure and Applied Sciences, Marmara University, Istanbul, Turkey. The topic that he is going to present with us is Type 1 assembly line balancing with workload smoothing. You can read his abstract from the screen shared.
Hello again, everyone. I'm going to share my screen for presentation, if you allow.
Sure, you can share your screen for the presentation, and you can present live.
I assume that you can see my screen.
Yes, we are able to see your screen.
So my topic is Type 1 assembly line balancing with work smoothing. It's an industrial engineering problem. So here's a brief information about myself. My name is Harun Zengin. I'm a mechanical engineer originally and currently studying industrial engineering in Marmara University in Turkey. And this research is a part of my master thesis preparation. And currently I'm working in a private company in defense industry as an research and development manager more than 10 years. So the assembly lines is the most important part of production companies in the essence of discrete serial production systems, and plays important role in the efficiency of the all manufacturing systems. And the balancing of those assembly lines is the most important, one of the most important problem of the industrial engineering. So calculations of an actual industrial size, big size assembly line problems are non-polynomial hard problems, which are usually solving by heuristics and meta-heuristics for feasible solution instead of optimum solution, and always open for improvements for better solutions. So there are numerous studies in the literature dealing with types of assembly line balancing problems, and I can say that in industrial engineering is the most studied topic is assembly line balancing probably. And those balancing problems considers different objectives. Some of them are aiming to reduce the workstation, number of workstation, reduce the total workers, reducing the cycle time, or sometimes dealing with the ergonomics. So depending on the objective type, there are numerous types of problem-solving techniques provided so far. My scope in this research is limited to providing the smoothness after solving a assembly line balancing problem, which is called as type 1 problem. And we are going to solve it with integer programming. Smoothness plays important role when the assembly line of a production facility is adjusted by the workload. Smoothness means each workers on different stations make the similar or exact same amount of work when you consider a 1 day or 1 month, depending on the job type. And fair distribution of the idle times among the stations is important because of the ergonomics in general. And it also affects important role about the motivation of the workers, because when one worker works less than the other, it results in bad psychology. The effect of the uneven workload can be mitigated with the smoothness studies. Workload smoothing line balancing problems are not possible to solve exactly using mixed integer linear programming. And heuristic approaches, as I mentioned before, takes place in such cases for complex problems. So I mentioned this will be dealing with only for the type 1 problem. And my study is aiming to cover a complex problem, and this is the beginning part of it. As you can see, type 1, type 2, type E, type F, objective types, and there are also other topics, task times and layouts and model types. So this is only dealing with the type 1 problem. So there is a accepted and classical approach for the smoothness index calculation on assembly lines. When calculating a smoothness index, the equation that you can see in the below is the ST max minus STI. STI stands for the time of station I at this particular moment, and ST max stands for the maximum of the station time among all the stations. So in order to calculate the smoothness index of an assembly line, some of these differences squares, sum is going to be square rooted. When the objective function provided in the equation 7 here is used in most problems, the problems becomes nonlinear, and the optimum solution is not guaranteed. And for the bigger and larger problems, for the actual industrial size problems, and it takes a long time to obtain good feasible solutions. Sometimes it's even impossible with today's computing capabilities. So in order to overcome this nonlinearity in smoothness calculations, this developed new min-max approach for the smoothness index is going to be provided. In this proposed smoothness index calculation, the focus point is the minimizing the maximum of the idle times. The objective function and the constraints are modified according to, and I modeled in Python with the Groby optimization program. There are two equations here. Equation 8 is for minimizing the lambda, and main difference between the proposed approach and the classical one is that there isn't any nonlinearity in this equation, which will help us to reducing the computational complexity and reduce our solution times. So I take this solver problem, the classical solver problem in the literature dealing with these topics knows very well, is those are the predefined assembly line balancing problems, data sets provided publicly to allow researchers to deal on exact same problem, to help them understand whether they provided an improvement on solutions that researchers achieved in the past. The classical solver problem is a 30-task problem, which you can see the precedence relations of each work step. 30 work steps should follow these precedence relations in a manufacturing line. And the task times are indicated above the circles. So each task can be done at any station without any restriction in our problem case. So when we compare two approach on smoothness index calculations, this graph shows us the idle times of each station. In this calculation, I assume the cycle time as 33 seconds. You can see the results of 11 station found with both of the approaches. So we can say that my approaches also give the same number of stations, but the idle times vary. And in my proposed approach, you can see in some stations like station 3, 6, or 7, the idle times are less than the classical approach. And sometimes it's more than the classical approach. But the aim here was to achieving similar results with the classical approach with less efforts. So when we extend the problem with more cycle times, the previous graph was for 33 second cycle time. And in order to check our calculations with more cycle times, I tried with 8 different cycle times on the same problem. And there are 3 columns on this result page. You can see is the initial solution, which smoothness index didn't consider as an objective. The classical method is the nonlinear function of the smoothness index calculation, and the proposed method, the rightmost column, is the new minimization of the maximum smoothness calculation methods. So you can see in initial station, all 8 cases, smoothness indexes are high, which means it's not a wanted case. Lower the smoothness case is a more smooth line and more well-balanced line. So when we apply the classical method, which takes time and calculations, smoothness index is reduced significantly, as you can see in the second column. The maximum idle time of among the stations are 33551811. And our new proposed methodology is achieved the exact same results with the maximum idle time as we aimed, 335518 and 11. And smoothness indexes are in some cases closer to the classical complex calculation methods as we aimed. In some cases are exactly the same, and some cases might differ a little bit more than expected. So when we compare the smoothness indexes, the proposed approach indicated in the middle of the graph. The proposed approach found the same results for the maximum idle time among the stations for all of them. Meanwhile, the smoothness indexes are approximate to the actual smoothness index solution, as can be seen in this figure. However, depending on the linear structure of this proposed new approach, it's easier to obtain these results and approximate results in larger problems than this smaller problem. And on the other hand, it's also possible to use this proposed approach instead of these classical methods when the maximum idle time among the stations due to the ergonomic concerns on assembly lines and motivation of the workers. The proposed approach provides the minimization of the maximum idle time, can be regarded as an alternative method. The results show that the new smoothness approach gives an approximate and acceptable results in many cases when compared to the nonlinear smoothness calculation methodology. And there is a difference from the classical smoothness calculations. Minimization of maximum idle time also creates a fair and equal work environment and increases the collaboration among the assembly line team members. This presented method can be helpful also in reducing the calculation time of more complicated problems. Since this provided function is linear, finding the optimal solution in complex problems is more assured. It can be concluded that the proposed approach is a good alternative for the classic smoothness calculations. As a future work, the larger problems which I'm going to involve can be solved to compare the calculation times and solution approximations. So other layout types rather than this Sawyer straight assembly line problem, such as U-shaped assembly lines, might be considered as well to measure the effectiveness of the provided approach. And instead of a single problem, in our case, multimodal and mixed model assembly lines can be considered for the application of this proposed calculation. Thank you so much for listening and attending. If you have questions, I can answer in the chat.
Thank you so much, Harun Singh sir, for sharing your presentation with us.
Thank you.
Now we are going to move forward with the conference, and we are going to move forward to another presenter who is here with us. Please allow me a moment. I would like to thank Harun Singh sir for their presentation again. Now, if you have any questions related to the presentation, you can put them in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. Let's move ahead to the next presenter. So the next presenter we have today is Zengi Jin Zhao. He's from School of Public Health, Southeast University, Nanjing, China. The topic that he is going to present today is Does reverse causality explain the relationship between diet and depression, possibly related to diet's subjective behavior? The abstract that he has presented, you can read that from the screen given. Now we're going to move ahead to the presentation so that we know what are the views that he has to share with us. I would like to request Singh Shin sir to present present in the live form in the meeting.
Hello everyone. I am Jing Xinyi from the School of the Public Health of Southeast University in China. The title of my presentation is Eating Behavior During Pregnancy Meditates the association between deprivation and diet quality, a new strategy for intervention in pregnancy. The research aims to provide new thoughts to the nutritional intervention for women during pregnancy. An opposite person usually comes to the nutrition department for help when he or she needs to achieve good health. Similar situations should often occur around us, especially now that summer is coming. We will all want to wear a beautiful dress to go out to play, take pictures, or show off a beach body. Therefore, many people will carry out diet control in daily life to lose the weight. However, such ways are not going very well because many people think they are too boring. As the picture shows, many people will complain that the food guidelines are too difficult to follow. Most of the time, they can only follow that for a few days. Thus, the effect of the nutritional intervention is not very well. People also find it difficult to get positive feedback, and then they give up. Therefore, we are thinking that is there an easier way to make the food intake of the population in line with what the body needs? We wondered if a person's choice of food is based on some kind of food interest that led to obesity and other unhealthy conditions. Won't it be possible to change this instinct and promote healthy food choice in the population? Just as many people may eat sweet when they are stressed, if they can change this habit, then they can reduce their intake of sweets. The body's ability to make food choices is known as intuitive eating. It is based on the assumption that when people are able to discussion between physical and emotional hunger, they have an ability to control their food intake. Unlike other eating styles, it does not have a fixed dietary guideline or eating program. So we think the intuitive eating measures scale was developed by Tycho to measure eating behavior and motivation. There are 4 different parts of intuitive eating covered by the IES2. A study suggests that the IES scale should be understood as 4 related, but dietary behaviors in program women rather than as a single score. Several studies have shown that higher depreciation is associated with lower intuitive eating behavior, and then low eating behaviors result in lower dietary quality. There are 4 parts of this scale. The eating for physical rather than emotion reason. According to the EPR, eating styles are not influenced by emotional styles. Unconditional permissions to eat described that the behavior of eating whether food is desired at time. Reliance on hunger and society cues. RHS can be defined as the ability to regulate food intake by paying attention to hunger and society cues. Body food choose congruence refers to the section of a healthy and tasty food that is based on body needs. Provides the nutritional intervention studies has not correlated changes in eating behavior. However, participants' eating styles and the behavior may change immediately after entering a nutritional intervention study. Therefore, the final result of the intervention may not be just the result of the intervention, but a combination of interview and positive eating. The results of a recent study suggest that simple changes in dietary behavior alone could influence in nutritionally quality in 2025 without any other intervention. We propose that national health may reduce diet quality by changing diet behaviors. Possibly revise the causality between diet quality and deprivation. Based on this, we conducted a cohort study of pregnant women in Jiangsu, China, in which a total of 549 women participated. We collected their basic information into intuitive eating level, deprivation symptoms, anxiety, and pregnancy stress. The quality of dietary assessed during the pregnancy was assessed through the Diet Gold Health Index for pregnancy women during pregnancy scale. The scale provides understanding of difference between the dietary intake of pregnant women and the Chinese nutritional dietary recommendations and assess the quality of the diet of pregnant women in the middle and late stage of pregnancy. In addition, a dietary assessment will be provided by a researcher during each woman's mid-pregnancy. During mid-pregnancy, pregnant women will are required to bring their dietary records for 3 days to the hospital for their check-up. Recording researchers conduct a 3-day, 72-hour dietary review service using the 大赢家 software, which determined the average daily dietary intake type. Dietary intake and the intake of the 3 major energy supporting nurse and the percentage of energy supplied by those nutrients. Data analysis with the sparse due to the IES2 factor structure with 4 first-order lantern factor and a second-order intuitive eating factor. Both a simple and multiple mediation analysis was carried out. In this study, a total of 549 women are included, of whom 242 had data for early, mid, and later gestation, and 307 had data for mid gestation only. 256 women complained a recorded dietary questionnaire for 3 days in Table 2. Compared to pregnant women without deprivation, pregnant women with deprivation consumed a more varied diet. There was no significant difference between the two groups in terms of the population of energy supplied by carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. However, both total carbohydrates and the protein intake were significantly higher in the depressed group than the healthy group. Dispositive symptoms scores lower on the RHS score. The quality of diet was worse in both mid and later pregnancy than the healthy group. The table 3 shows that the association between the intuitive eating behavior during mid-pregnancy and the diet quality in mid and late pregnancy. There was a significant association between the mid-pregnancy RHS score and the BFC score. There was a significant association between the total intuitive eating score, the UPE score, and the RHS score in late pregnancy. We further mediated the analysis with 549 pregnant women to assess the association between deprivation, intuitive eating behaviors, and diet quality. The result of the simple medical analysis are shown in Table 5, and the indirect effect was not significant. The IES-2 scale is not likely to lead to uniform behavior in pregnant women, but instead should be divided into 4 sub-scales. There was also be shown by other spatial groups. As a result, we divided the IES-2 scale into 4 subscales and conduct multiple mediation analysis. The multiple mediation analysis after controlling for week, anxiety, and stress indicated a significant total indirect effect. Therefore, it is an indirect mediation model, and the modified mediations model explained 14 or 7% of the values in the diet quality. And this study aimed to show whether eating behavior during the pregnancy associated with deprivation and diet quality in pregnant women for the first time. In this study, simple medical analysis indicated there was no relationship between intuitive eating behaviors, deprivation, and diet quality. Then we conduct multiple analysis. This result indicate that the RHS and BFC mediated the relationship between deprivation and diet quality, and that deprivation can influence the diet quality. The relationship between deprivation and diet quality was mediated by certain eating behaviors during the pregnancy. We believe that this may be due to the fact that pregnancy women may be more concerned about healthy foods than women. When other eating behavior occurs, the generally population may choose other processed sweets, whereas pregnant women may tend to choose healthy sweets such as fruit. The finding too is intuitive eating behavior in mid-pregnancy can influence diet quality in mid and late pregnancy and is partially medicated by the IHS and the BFC. Our study suggests that lower intuitive eating behaviors in mid-pregnancy predicted poor diet quality in later pregnancy. And the finding 3 is provides evidence to support that positive eating sources mediated the relationship between negative mouth and eating. Our studies suggested that IHS and BFC eating behaviors are associated with deprivation and the diet quality in pregnant women in mid-pregnancy. The IHS is a subscale that measured pregnancy practice healthy to hunger and society in mid and late pregnancy, and the IHS is a significant association with the diet quality during this period. A number of research studies have found a similar relationship between intuitive eating and positive thinking. Thus, our study provides some supports for previous study that suggest that positive eating source mediated the association between negative emotions and eating. And the finding for its provides this course to discuss the reverse causality of nutrition and mass health, providing some of the ideas for the role of nutritional interventions in physiology research. Many studies have shown that nutrition improves machine health, thus reverse causality may exist. Previous research has shown that people who had disposition were those who are unaware their disposition score lower. Participants in our study were pregnant women who had never been screened for disposition. Therefore, our study aimed to assess the effect of dispositive symptoms on eating behavior and dietary intake. As these people did not know if he had disposition, in some studies, this may have explained that the inconsistent in result. Therefore, in addition to traditional nutritional interventions, we believe that pregnant women should be educated about eating source. This study still has many limits. First, we did not measure eating behavior in later pregnancy. Second, we did not measure emotional eating or personal trends in pregnancy women. Finally, our study hasn't clinical diagnosis of precision. And this study highlighted the important role of the eating behaviors during the pregnancy in terms of relationship between deprivation and diet quality, and provides evidence for possible ways to achieve higher diet quality in pregnant women with deprivation. In For pregnancy women with depression, promoting healthy by encouraging intuitive eating behavior as a nutritional intervention is a useful and economic strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your presentation with us, Sanjay sir. Now we're going to move ahead with the next presentation for today. Please give me a moment. So I would like to thank Sanjay sir again for sharing their presentation with us. And I would request if any participant has any questions, they can put that in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. Now let's move ahead with the next presentation for today. Yeah. So the next presentation is from Stefano Ginon, sir, and he's from Soft Tissue Surgery Department, the Ralph Veterinary Referral Center, Marlow University. And the topic that he is going to present today is the intestinal function end-to-end stapled anastomosis with endovascular gastrointestinal anastomosis staplers in the small dogs and cats. You can read the abstract that he has shared with us from the screen. Okay. As you can see that due to some unforeseen circumstances, Stephanus is not present with us today. So we will move ahead to the next presenter for today's conference. Yes. So the next presenter for today is Noor El-Halak, ma'am, and she's from the Department of Biochemistry, Faculty of Pharmacy, Marmara University, Istanbul, Turkey. The topic that she is going to present today is the cytotoxic potential of difference Erythromyces spectabilis extract on hepatocellular carcinonia cells and in vitro, in ovo, and in silico study. So the abstract is shared and the participants can read the abstract from here. Now we would like to see that what she has to share with us.
Hello everyone, I'm sharing my screen now.
Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. You can present as a live conference.
I hope everyone can hear my screen.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Hello everyone, hope you are all doing well. Before starting my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Noor Al-Halak. I'm a pharmacist with a degree from Azarka University in Jordan. Currently, I'm working on my master's degree in biochemistry at Marmara University. Today, I'm excited to be here and present a part of my thesis subject, which is about the cytotoxic potential of different Eurasia spectaculus extracts on hepatocellular carcinoma cell. Our research aims to investigate the anti-proliferative effect of various extracts of Eurasia spectaculus on hepatocellular carcinoma, as well as its anti-angiogenesis effects, using the chicken embryo chorioallantoic membrane model. Alongside, we conducted docking studies to assess the interaction and binding between different Eurasia spectaculus phytochemicals and vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2 to enhance our understanding of anti-angiogenesis mechanism. As we all know, hepatocellular cancer is a significant global health concern, ranking fourth in cancer mortality worldwide. It predominates as the leading form of primary liver cancer, accounting for approximately 80% of cases. The key drivers of hepatocellular carcinoma are chronic hepatitis B virus and hepatitis C virus infections. These infections lead to liver cirrhosis in 80 to 90% of cases, ultimately progression to hepatocellular cancer. Mortality rates from hepatocellular carcinoma are on the rise globally, particularly in Western countries. However, treatment options for hepatocellular carcinoma remain limited. Only a small percentage of patients eligible for surgical removal, primarily in early-stage cases. Transarterial chemoembolization and sorafenib administration are among the available treatments for advanced cases. However, their efficacy is limited with concern about drug resistance and toxicity. Given the poor prognosis associated with hepatocellular carcinoma, since symptoms typically manifest in the advanced stages of the disease, there is an urgent need to improve effective treatment approaches. Now, let's see the relationship between angiogenesis and hepatocellular carcinoma. Generally, hepatocellular carcinoma tumor growth relies heavily on angiogenesis, the process of forming new blood vessels from existing ones to ensure an adequate supply of oxygen and nutrients. This process is driven by genetic changes and local hypoxia within the tumor, leading to the secretion of angiogenic factors that initiate a complex interaction among various cells and molecules, as you can see in the figure. Angiogenesis in hepatocellular carcinoma involves activating endothelial cells, promoting proliferation and migration, and breaking down tissue. This stimulates the formation of new blood vessels. Vasoendothelial growth factor, which is a potent angiogenic factor, is commonly increased, leading to a higher exhibition in endothelial cells compared to in endothelial cells within the tumor compared to non-tumor cells. In hepatocellular cancer, elevated level of circulating plasma vasoendothelial growth factor are also associated with a poor prognosis, which display the importance of anti-angiogenesis agents, specifically that target vasoendothelial growth factor receptor. Nowadays, several studies have reported numerous natural and phytochemicals that may counteract or prevent hepatic injury and primarily liver cancer. Considering this, the investigation of phytochemical obtained from plants has become a viable field of cancer studying. Eurasia spectaculus, which is a member of the Liliaceae family grown on dry and stony grass hillside, is distributed across Central Asia, South Asia, and the Middle East, encompassing Turkey. The plant has been extensively used in the traditional medicine and is consumed as a vegetable, either fresh or dried. Is there any problem? I can't hear you. Is there any problem? I will assume that there is no problem and I will continue.
I think you can continue. Yeah, sure.
Okay. This plant has been extensively used in traditional medicine and consumed as a vegetable, as I have said. Ethnobotanical and ethnopharmacological research indicates its use in treating gastrointestinal discomfort, liver-related condition, diabetes, and various inflammatory conditions. Phytochemical investigations have revealed that numerous species have a wide range of metabolites, including anthraquinone, coumarin, terpenoids, flavonoids, and naphthalene. Also, crisophonol, bicrisophonol, and inosine are among the identified compounds. Giving its phytochemical composition, Eurasia spectaculus has been used in anti-cancer investigations. Besides that, this plant possesses antimicrobial, antioxidant, and anti-mutagenic properties. Based on all of that, Eurasia spectaculus has been used ethnobotanically to treat liver-related conditions, and its phytochemical include different metabolite and anthraquinones known for anti-cancer properties. This study aims to investigate the effect of Eurasia spectaculus on hepatocellular carcinoma and determine if this plant has anti-angiogenic property or not. About methodology, extraction process of Eurasia spectaculus extracts were previously obtained by Dr. Ali Chan from the Pharmacognosy Department at Marmara University. Hepatocellular carcinoma Hep3 cell line were cultured, and after ensuring that the cells grow and differentiate, RTCA assay was performed. Cell viability assay, RTCA assay, works by measuring the electrical impedance across microelectrode integrated into the bottom of tissue culture plates. As cells adhere to and proliferate on these electrodes, the impedance changes, allowing for continuous, label-free monitoring of cell behavior, such as proliferation, cytotoxicity, and cell migration. The experiment of RTC-assay commenced with the initial seeding of 40,000 cells per milliliter of Hep3-based cells and incubating for 24 hours. Subsequently, all extracts at different doses were added to the wells and further incubated for 72 hours. The impedance was assessed every 15 minutes throughout the entire incubation period. By calculating dose-dependent viability results obtained from RTCA data, the IC50 values of all extracts were determined using GraphPad-based software. Now, in coming to CAM model, which is Czech embryo chorioallantoinic membrane model, it is an extraembryonic membrane with a dense network of blood and lymphatic vessels. This method used to study angiogenesis and tumor growth by implanting substances into the highly vascularized membrane surrounding chicken embryos. I want to add that according to Turkish law, the CAM model does not raise ethical or legal concern until the 14th day of incubation, thus being an alternative to other animal experiments. In this experiment, roughly 308 type fertilized chicken eggs were incubated until embryonic development day number 3. As you can see here in the figure, at the third day, 2 ml of albumin was withdrawn from the eggs and transferred to the incubator. On the day number 4, the upper part of the eggs was opened in a round shape with a diameter of 1 to 2 centimeters, sealed with a plaster, and placed back into the incubator. The viability of embryos was monitored in the following days, and eventually on day number 6, extracts were applied into sterilized filter paper with a diameter of half centimeter soaked in specific doses into the cam layer. Photographs of the cam layer was taken immediately after application and again 24 hours later. These images were then analyzed and the resulting data were graphed to illustrate the fold change compared to the initial 0 hour. Each extract underwent a 24-hour testing period at doses derived from the conducted viability assay on Hep3 base cell line encompassing both the IC50 and the IC25 value. Docking study. Okay, I think there is many problem here. I will continue.
Yes, please. I think it's just technical information. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks. Now, docking study, which predict the interaction between proteins and other molecules that aiding drug discovery and development. A docking assessment was performed to evaluate the binding interaction between phytochemicals and the vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2, aiming to demonstrate any significant potential for inhibiting this enzyme. Why we choose vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2? The vasoendothelial growth factor family consists of 5 ligands. The binding of these ligands to this receptor, vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2, is expressed in nearly all endothelial cells, triggers the proliferation and migration of endothelial cells, driving angiogenesis. In the docking assessment, first of all, the crystal structure of the enzyme vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2 was downloaded from the protein data bank database. Then the three-dimensional chemical structure of irreversible phytochemical compounds was downloaded from PubChem. The preparation of the protein was carried out in Chimera software. Then, using Autodoc Vena, the autodocking stimulation have been done. As you can see, the geared map was placed on the inhibitory ligand binding site in the enzyme. Then, docking booths with the highest binding affinity were chosen for further analysis using the BLIB web server. This server, for instance, where hydrogen bonds or hydrophobic bonds were identified, the bonded residue and their respective distances were calculated. Now let's talk about results. As a result of the experiment using the RTCA assay, all extracts from irreversible showed cytotoxic effects against hepatocellular carcinoma. The active concentration identified generally aligned with American National Cancer Institute's guideline for plant extracts considered cytotoxically active. By looking to the tables, you can see that hexane extract consistently exhibited the lowest IC50 values, indicating its superior potency in inhibiting cancer cell growth compared to other extracts. However, at 72 hours, hexane extracts, which is the first extract, showed a slight increase in the IC50 value, while ethyl acetate and aqueous extracts, the third and fourth one, showed the lowest inhibitory concentration. According to CAM assay, irreversible chloroform extract demonstrates superior angiogenesis inhibition effect on both IC50 and IC25 microgram per milliliter concentration in terms of total vessel length, branching count, and total vessel area. As you can see here in the figure number 2, at IC50 doses after 24 hours, there is no increased branching in the enclosed area. And at IC25, you can see how the vessels was starting to thin. According to docking assessment, in the vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2 enzyme, inhibition assessment compared to the control phytochemicals identified from chloroform extracts exhibited results comparable to the control. Notably, bichrysophenol demonstrated a superior binding score with a value of minus 10.6 kJ per mole, exceeding the scores of both control samples, which could account for the Eurasia Spectaculus chloroform extract's anti-angiogenesis action. As you can see here in the table, we used bevacizumab and abitinib as a control. And as we all know, abitinib is a well-known drug that is work specifically or selectively inhibit vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2. And it's an inspiring result that our compound bind better than abitinib according to docking studies. Moreover, crizophenol also showed potent binding with a score of minus 9.4 kJ per mole. When evaluating bicrizophenol in terms of binding potential, hydrophobic interactions were identified in 5 regions between the molecules and vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2. Furthermore, potential hydrogen bond interactions were also detected in 8 different regions, as you can see here in the table and in the figure number 4. As we can conclude that all Eurasia Spectaculus extracts exhibit inhibitory effect on hepatocellular carcinoma, especially the hexane extract. Moreover, the chloroform extract reduced angiogenesis in terms of total vessel length, branching count, and total vessel area, suggesting its potential as a promising candidate for further investigation and development as an anti-cancer and anti-angiogenesis agents. Upon evaluating binding energies through our molecular docking studies, it was confirmed that most of the phytochemicals identified from chloroform bind to the vasoendothelial growth factor receptor 2 enzyme with highly effective energy, demonstrating significant potential for inhibiting the enzyme. However, further examination are required regarding the absolute configuration and the mechanism of action. Here is my references, and thanks for your time and interest.
Thank you so much for sharing this valuable presentation with us. Now we're going to move ahead with the next presenter. I would like to thank Noor Elhab ma'am again for their presentation. And if you have any questions regarding this presentation, you can put them in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. The next presenter we have with us is Dayang Shariate Datu Abdul Salam sir. He's from Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Science, Swinburne University of Technology, Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. The topic that he is going to present today is a brief review of nuclear factor kappa B in silico studies. You can read the abstract that he has shared with us from the screen. Okay, so now we are going to see what Dayang sir has to share with us. Please allow me a moment.
Excuse me, we cannot hear presentation. Do you speak something? We cannot see, we cannot hear you.
We apologize for the inconvenience that's caused. Thank you for being patient.
At Swinburne University, Kababi or NF Kababi in silico studies. I am a PhD candidate at Swinburne University of Technology. I am doing research on in silico nasopharyngeal carcinoma therapeutics via targeting the NF-kappa B signaling pathway. The agenda of my presentation today is as follows. I will start with the background of my study, its significance, NF-kappa B protein, inflammatory and immune response, cancer, neurodegenerative, other diseases related to NF-kappa B, future perspectives, the discussion, and the conclusion and takeaways from my presentation. We start with the background. NF-kappa B is found in almost all animal cell types and plays a role in cellular responses to cytokines, stress, free radicals, heavy metals, ultraviolet irradiation, oxidized low-density lipoprotein, and bacteria or viral antigens. The transcription factor NF-kappa B is necessary to control the immune response to infection. The NF-kappa B malfunction has been linked to cancer, inflammatory and autoimmune diseases, septic shock, viral infection, and aberrant immunological development. Computer-aided or in silico studies on the NF-kappa B complex give hope for developing potential therapeutic targets for various diseases involving the NF-kappa B protein. In silico investigations, as opposed to in vivo and in vitro research, have the advantages of being more exact and time efficient and eliminating the utilization of humans and animals. It provides a framework for evaluating the activity of prospective therapies against molecular targets, predicting the activity based on a compound structure even before it has been synthesized for additional in vitro and in vivo research. Targeting NF-kappa B protein is crucial as it can implicate many diseases such as immune and inflammatory responses involved in stress response, cellular growth, and apoptosis. These findings are critical for directing future research into the NF-kappa B protein, its function in human disorders, and prospective therapeutic targets. The NF-kappa B protein complex is typically found in the cytoplasm of cells and comprises of 5 proteins: P65 or REL-A, REL-B, CREL, P105, and P50, which is the NF-kappa B1, and P100 and P52, which is the NF-kappa B2. NF-kappa B proteins can form up to 15 different dimers through combinatorial associations. The P50 and P65 heterodimer is the most abundant and found in almost all cell types. IKB proteins such as IKBA bind to NF-kappa B protein and inhibit the activity by masking the nuclear localization sequences. IKBA is the best studied member of the IKB family and is critical for the regulation of the NF-kappa B activity. Next, we shall look into the NF-kappa B signaling pathway, which is generally divided into a canonical, non-canonical, or atypical pathway. NF-kappa B protein complex is released from the cytoplasm and translocated through the nucleus when cells are activated. In immunological response, inflammation, cell proliferation, and development, the NF-kappa B complex binds to DNA and promotes gene transcription. The end product of the canonical and atypical NF-kappa B pathway is the P50 and P65 heterodimer. Meanwhile, the P52 and REL-B is the complex generated through non-canonical pathway. As mentioned earlier, NF-kappa B pathway dysregulation can cause inflammatory and autoimmune illnesses. When the NF-kappa B canonical pathway is activated, pro-inflammatory cytokines such as ILK1, ILK6, and TNF are produced. The NF-kappa B protein complex also modulates inflammatory T cell activation. Autoimmunity causes cell destruction and chronic inflammation due to a prolonged immunological response against self-antigens. Rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, asthma, chronic obstructive lung disease, and diabetes are among the autoimmune and inflammatory disorders implicated by the NF-kappa B signaling pathways. Cannon et al. Employed the quantitative structure-activity relationship models to test for anti-inflammation medicines that target the NF-kappa B heterodimer complex as a potential COVID-19 therapeutic target. Apart from that, molecular docking experiments are used for comparative in vitro studies of NF-kappa B complex as anti-type 2 diabetes mellitus compounds. For natural mechanical in walnuts, urolithin A and B, gallic acid, and ellagic acid show the ability to dynamically bind to the active site of NF-kappa B with variant affinities. Meanwhile, Latau et al. Used a computer modeling technique to examine synovial tissue-based pharmaceutical targets and diagnostic biomarkers in rheumatoid arthritis. They discovered that inhibiting several prominent signaling pathways could potentially serve as drug targets by developing a mathematical model with 30 2-gene and 3-gene network. For many years, researchers have hypothesized a link between inflammation and cancer. The missing connection between these two processes might be NF-kappa B. Inflammatory stimuli stimulate NF-kappa B, and constitutive NF-kappa B activity has been associated with cancer. NF-kappa B activation can also contribute to developing leukemia and lymphoma. In myeloid and lymphoma cells, NF-kappa B can be activated in response to growth factors and cytokines and the production of certain viral oncoproteins. Shankar et al. Present an intriguing computational analysis and in vitro investigation to evaluate the mechanical root components of the NF-kappa B signaling pathways in prostate cancer. Their findings showed that an IKK complex component can coordinate the NF-kappa B pathways. Apart from that, Murwanti et al. Performed molecular docking analysis to elucidate the binding poses of protein-ligand interactions between NF-kappa B and curcumin in a study on triple-negative breast cancer. NF-kappa signaling pathway is also implicated in the neurological system, particularly in the cortex and hippocampus areas, which are essential in human learning and memory. Defects in NF-kappa signaling can produce pro-inflammatory mediators such as TNFA, causing inflammation within the nervous system and leading to disorders such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Hira et al. Research to weigh the efficacy of aldosterone antagonists, which is eplerenone, in a streptozotocin-induced Alzheimer's disease model. In silico modeling was used to examine the chemical behavior of substances that inhibit acetylcholinesterase using induced fit docking. Behavioral paradigms such as passive avoidance, race plasmase, Morris automase, open field, and balancing beam were used to test Alzheimer's anti-impact. A lesser-known disease that could arise from the effect of pro-inflammatory cytokines generated due to dysregulation of the NF-kappa signaling pathway is depression. Depression is generally due to tissue damage resulting in an unpleasant sensory and emotional experience. Hence, seeking excellent and effective analgesics is vital for the treating this depression disorder. Stroke is another brain disease associated with the NF-kappa signaling pathway due to its irregularity inducing inflammation. The discovery of NF-kappa inhibitors is noteworthy because it provides a unique treatment method for various disorders, including inflammatory diseases and viral infections. Some of the tools included for experiment conducted by computer are data analysis, data mining, machine learning, and network analysis. In silico studies give hope for developing potential therapeutic targets for various diseases involving the NF-kappa signaling pathway. In summary, targeting the NF-kappa protein complex is crucial as it can implicate many diseases described previously. Before moving on to in vitro and in vivo investigation, in silico approaches were preferred for predicting NF-kappa targeted treatment. Apart from reducing the time and cost of research studies, the in silico experiment decreased the use of animal models and human cohorts, which is the highlight of the ethical research debate. Future NF-kappa protein complex studies should explore and adopt various ways, perhaps the in silico ways, to understand the complex nature of signaling pathways and their roles in numerous diseases. So before I end my presentation, here are some of the references which I used. And thank you so much for listening.
Good day, I'm Alvina Garcia presenting to you my study on nurses' spiritual well-being and extent of practice of spiritual care.
Thank you for being patient with us, and thank you for sharing such a valuable and knowledgeable presentation with us. Now we are going to move forward to the next presenter. Please allow me a moment. The next presenter we have today with us is Albina Garcia ma'am. And she's from the faculty of the College of Nursing, University of the City of Manila, Philippines. The topic that she's going to present today is nurses' spiritual well-being and extent of practice of spiritual care. So let's see what she has to share with us. We can read the abstract from the screen shared.
Good day. I'm Alvina Garcia presenting to you my study on nurses' spiritual well-being and extent of practice of spiritual care, together with my co-author, Dr. Maria Cecilia Martinez. For the abstract of the study, this descriptive correlational study aimed to determine the level of awareness towards spiritual well-being and the extent of practice of spiritual care of nurses who care for non-COVID and COVID-19 infected adults or adult patients at the tertiary hospital in Metro Manila. Data were gathered using two standardized questionnaires, namely the Spiritual Well-Being Scale or SWBS, created in 1982 by Craig W. Ellison and Raymond F. Palauchian, and the Nurses Spiritual Care Therapeutic Scale or NSCTS by Mamier and Taylor in 2015. Weighted mean and Spearsman's rho were used for the statistical treatment. Results of the study showed that the nurse respondents have a very high level of awareness towards spiritual well-being as to religious well-being, or RWB, and the existential well-being, or EWB. They have a moderate extent of the practice in terms of spiritual care. There is a moderate significant relationship between the nurse's level of awareness towards spiritual well-being in terms of religious well-being, existential well-being, overall spiritual well-being, and their extent of practice of spiritual care. This implied that there is a relationship between the two variables accordingly, but not to the highest degree. That is the very high level of awareness towards spiritual well-being of nurses just moderately affected their extent of practice of spiritual care. Therefore, the researcher recommended more provision of spiritual care for the nurses for their patients. As an introduction, during the COVID-19 pandemic, healthcare workers, especially nurses in all parts of the world, have been overwhelmed as they work as the frontliner to help the patients infected by COVID-19 by Altobaiti and Ashimari 2020. Nurses risk their lives to save people who have COVID-19, people who present severe distress associated with the disease that affects different aspects of their wholeness, including physical, emotional, mental, social, and spiritual components, by Tembu 2017. They still assume critical functions as they provide holistic care, which is the physical, psychological, social, and spiritual, for all these patients by Albaiti et al. 2019. However, the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic had a major impact on everyone's activities, routines, livelihood, mental health, and well-being by the World Health Organization 2020. Nurses sometimes forget to include spiritual care as they are tired of fulfilling the physical, psychological, and even social needs of the patients. The researcher, as a nurse and as a catechist herself, wondered why such a thing happened, as she, as a nurse herself, loved to provide spiritual care to her patients. It was one of the researcher's best attributes, offering prayers or praying with the patient and staying at the patient's bedside for a time, especially when the patient needs company and having difficult times, are some of her best qualities. Explicit communication, compassion, active listening, and support for the patient make her and her patient feel special. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the researcher noticed that nurses' time of care lessened as they admitted more infected patients and become assigned to the COVID-19 positive areas or wards. The researcher has observed that nurses can still provide physical, psychological, and social care to patients even with increasing admission, but not spiritual care. It was always left behind, as nurse would say they will do it after finishing all their tasks in the area, but too tired to perform when the time comes. Some of the researchers' co-workers even verbalized that they were afraid to approach the patient and ask about their religion, their spiritual needs, or offer prayer or any spiritual emblem. They feel embarrassed to ask and to be recognized as discriminatory, so they just simply question their patient as to what they would want their nurses to do for them. In some situations, some nurses also express that most of the patients seek to improve their physical health problems and do not pay much attention to their religious needs or ask for help in this regard. As a result, these nurses do not care about it. Similar to these observations are the study of Abbasi et al. In 2016 and Gardide et al. In 2015, which showed that spiritual care is not well provided and that the religious needs of the patient are not appropriately met. These conditions motivated the researcher to pursue this study. She wanted to identify the challenges of nurses in rendering spiritual care, as well as determine their level of awareness about spiritual well-being and their extent of practice of spiritual care. As for the methodology, this study utilized the descriptive correlational design to determine the level of awareness towards spiritual well-being and the extent of practice of spiritual care of nurses who care for non-COVID and COVID-19 infected adult patients at a tertiary hospital in Metro Manila. Data were gathered using two standardized questionnaires, namely the Spiritual Well-Being Scale, or SWBS, created in 1982 by Craig W. Ellison and Raymond F. Palautz-Jen, and the Nurse Spiritual Care Therapeutic Scale, or NSCTS, by Mamier and Taylor in 2015. Weighted mean and Spearman's Rho were used for the statistical treatment. Ethical and legal aspects were considered during the data collection. For the result and discussions, it's my co-author, Dr. Maria Cecilia Martinez, will discuss it.
So for the results and discussion, Table 1 shows the nurse's level of awareness towards spiritual well-being as to religious well-being, with 5.31 as its overall mean score, interpreted as a very high level of awareness. Highest item from the table is number 3, about nurses believing that God loves them and cares about them, with a mean score of 5.71, interpreted as a very high level of awareness. The lowest item is number 6, about nurses feeling unsettled about their future, with 4.74 as its mean score, interpreted also as a very high level of awareness. So the findings of an overall very high level of awareness in Table 1 implies that the nurse respondents were greatly aware and were found to have greater strength and comfort in their faith, feeling more at peace, more productive, and more purposeful, and derive more comfort and strength from their faith, that they believed that they would be fine despite the tremendous consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, which rendered major impact on their activities, routines, livelihoods, mental health, and as well as well-being. So this also means that they find greater satisfaction from their faith by being religiously well while doing or saying their personal prayer, or knowing that they have a great relationship with the higher being, which is God. For Table 2. So Table 2 is about the existential well-being. So it displays the nurse's level of awareness towards spiritual well-being as to the existential well-being, with 5.28 as its overall mean score, interpreted as a very high level of awareness. So the highest item is number 3, about nurses not having personally satisfying relationship with God, with a mean score of 5.56, interpreted as a very high level of awareness. So the lowest item is number 6, about nurses feeling that life is full of conflict and unhappiness, with 4.90 as its mean score, interpreted also as a very high level of awareness. So the finding of a very high level of awareness towards existential well-being in Table 2 depicts that nurse respondents were greatly aware of maintaining a strong sense that life is meaningful and worth living. And indeed, they have to grow or mature from these experiences despite the presence of constraints and difficulties, especially at work. So this happens because people, like the nurses, when faced with a significant threat to life or like the pandemic, tend to reflect more intensely upon existential issues, such as the meaning and purpose of one's life. So these nurses realized that they were present or became nurses to become instruments of the hospital to serve patients and their families infected by the pandemic, that they have to be strong to fight amidst the hardships of being a frontline nurse to be able to help the patients. Table 3. So Table 3 illustrates the nurse's extent of practice in terms of spiritual care, with 2.92 as its overall mean score, interpreted as the moderate extent of practice. So the highest item is number 3, about nurses listening actively to patient stories of illness, with a mean score of 4.09, interpreted as a high extent of practice. So the lowest item is number 11, about nurses arranging for patients, clergy, and spiritual mentor to visit, with 2.13 as its main score, interpreted as a low extent of practice. So the moderate extent of practice in rendering spiritual care to patients implies that the nurse respondents were able to provide their patients spiritual care. However, there are times that they cannot simply do it. So this can be traced from the fact that these nurses are filled with tasks that overwhelms them, especially now that the world is suffering from COVID-19 pandemic. So the role is now and has been always concentrated on giving physical and psychosocial care that is directly related to the treatment of the illness or health problems of their patients. So these situations made the nurses become constrained in terms of their ability to deliver spiritual care. They were tasked to focus more on the care, like physical and psychological and social impact, for the affected patients and their families due to consequences of the pandemic. Table 4 now presents the relationship between the nurse's level of awareness towards spiritual well-being and their extent of practice of spiritual care. The findings of a positive, moderate, significant relationship between spiritual well-being in terms of RWB or EWB and the whole SWB and their extent of practice of spiritual care means that even with a very high level of awareness towards spiritual well-being, these nurses cannot achieve a very high extent of practice, only to a moderate extent. This is due to the fact that the nurse respondents of this study have encountered challenges in rendering spiritual care, the reason for the moderate extent of the practice. So the top 3 among them are nurses lacking time to provide spiritual care, 2, nurses having anxiety about providing appropriate, non-discriminatory spiritual care, 3, nurses lacking clear guidelines for their role in providing spiritual care and lacking training and education on spirituality for pre- and post-registration nurses, respectively. So this finding negates the results of the study of Asanza et al. In 2015, which revealed that spiritual care competence had a positive relationship with spiritual well-being and spiritual care perspective, or the significant relationship observed between spiritual faith and spiritual care found by the study of Zare and Jahande in 2014. For Table 5 presents the challenges encountered by the nurse respondents in rendering spiritual care to their patients. Data shows that item 4 about nurses lacking time to provide spiritual care ranked first or top 1 with 53 out of 77 responses. Item 2 about nurses having anxiety about providing appropriate non-discriminatory spiritual care ranked second or top 2 with 48 out of 77 responses. Item 3 and 5 about nurses lacking clear guidelines for their role in providing spiritual care and lacking training and education on spirituality for pre and post registration nurses, respectively, ranked next, top 3.5, and which is 44 out of 77 responses. For the conclusion, so the researcher concluded that the nurse responded of a very high level of awareness towards spiritual well-being as to religious well-being and existential well-being. They have a moderate extent of practice in terms of spiritual care, that the null hypothesis was rejected. So there's a significant moderate relationship between the nurse's level of awareness towards spiritual well-being in terms of the religious well-being or RWB, existential well-being, EWB, and the overall spiritual well-being and their extent of practice of spiritual care. So this implied that there is a relationship between the two variables accordingly, but not to the highest degree. That is the very high level of awareness towards spiritual well-being or sense of well-being from spiritual attitudes and striving of nurses just moderately affected the extent of practice of spiritual care, especially if there are barriers and hindrances like time constraints, anxiety, and lack of clear guidance in providing spiritual care. It is therefore important for nurses to always take time to prepare, practice, and provide spiritual care whenever it is needed. It is a vital part of the nurse's role for their patients. For the recommendation, so based on the results of the study, the following recommendations are given. Nurses to enhance their spiritual well-being and manage their practice of spiritual care to their patient by engaging and participating in the implementation of the spiritual care program that was developed based on the results of this study. Hospital administration to spearhead the development and implementation of the spiritual care program in their institution that was developed based on the result of this study. So this is to help increase the awareness of their nurses and make them spiritually well and more capable of rendering spiritual care to their patients holistically. Number 3, patients and their significant others to continue giving importance and support to their nurses as they enhance their spiritual well-being and holistically render spiritual care to their patients. For the nurse education and nursing school to become a bridge in further developing the nursing curriculum in terms of enhancing the spiritual well-being of nurses and how they would render spiritual care for patients. And lastly, number 5, future researchers to use the results of this study as a reference material for future researchers having the same topic. The following are our references for our study. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the information, efforts, and expertise. Now we are going to move ahead with the next presentation for this conference. Thank you for being patient, and please allow me a moment. So we had with us Cecilia Martinez as well as a co-author of the presentation. She is from College of Nursing, University of City, Manila, Philippines. And the topic was same as nurses' spiritual well-being and extent of practice of spiritual care. The abstract is as given below. Now we are going to move ahead to the next presenter for this conference. I would like to thank Albina Garcia and Cecilia ma'am again for sharing their presentation with us. And if there are any questions related to the presentation, you can put them in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. Okay, so the next presenter we have today with us is D. Leon Kathleen ma'am, who is from Department of Nursing, San Lazaro Hospital, Manila, Philippines. The topic that she is going to present with us is safety attitudes as assessed by nurses in a tertiary hospital in the Philippines. So let's see what she has to present to what she has to share with us.
Good day, everyone. I am Irene RCMAC Barcelona, RN Man, a nurse 2 assigned in the Pediatric Infectious Disease Critical Care Unit of San Lazaro Hospital, Manila, Philippines. Together with Dr. Maria Cecilia O. Martinez, RN Man, EDD, PhD Nursing, and an Associate Professor 2 of College of Nursing at Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Manila, and co-nurses from San Lazaro Hospital, Mr. Ferdinand A. Lazaro, RN Man, our Chief Nurse, the Clinical Nursing Research Committee Chairman, Ms. Kathleen G. De Leon, RN Man, and the Clinical Nursing Research Committee members, Mr. Ernest S. Santos, RN, Mr. Adelson V. Aviquetero, RN, and Mr. Kennedy Lita, RN, will be presenting a research study entitled Safety Attitudes as Assessed by Nurses in a Tertiary Hospital in the Philippines. Abstract. This study was conducted to assess safety attitudes in the clinical area of a tertiary government-owned hospital in the Philippines. Respondents of the study were nurses, purposefully selected as they satisfied the criteria set by the researchers as follows. They have worked at the hospital for more than 1 year and are willing and able to participate in the conduct of this study. Results showed that most of the nurse respondents belong to the 31 to 40-year-old females assigned to the adult female ward. Nurse 1, working for 1 to 3 years in the current unit or area of assignment, had been working at the current hospital or workplace for 1 to 3 years and with 30 to 40 working hours per week. High nurses' perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of teamwork culture, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, perception of management on a unit level, perception of management on a hospital level, and working conditions. There were no significant differences in the nurse perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of the dimensions, teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on a hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to age in terms of all the dimensions, teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on a unit level, management on a hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to gender. In terms of the dimensions, teamwork, job satisfaction, management on a unit level, management on a hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to the unit of assignment in terms of all the dimensions, teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on a unit level, management on hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to work position. In terms of the dimensions, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on a unit level, management on a hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to the length of time working the current unit of assignment. In terms of the dimensions, teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on a hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to the length of time working the hospital. In terms of the dimensions like safety climate, stress recognition, management on a hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to work hours per week. And the null hypothesis is rejected at point where there is or are significant differences in the dimension management on a unit when grouped according to age, in the dimension safety climate and stress recognition when grouped according to the unit of assignment, in the dimension teamwork climate when grouped according to the length of time working in the current unit of assignment, in the dimensions teamwork climate, job satisfaction, and management on a unit level when grouped according to work hours per week. It was recommended that nurses should maintain their safety attitudes in nursing units and across hospitals to have a very positive outcome of patient safety, and that they participate in the conduct of the staff development programs developed through the results of the study. Patients to have confidence in the services being rendered to them by the nurses. Nursing leaders or managers to adequately assess the safety culture in their workplace and clearly articulate a framework to guide their staff nurses as they work to increase safety within their work settings. They must contribute to the development of plans, future training, and programs that will enhance the safety culture and level of commitment of staff nurses and the nursing service as a whole. The hospital to implement the staff development program developed through the results of the study, that they should also identify the strengths and areas for improvement in the clinical area to develop appropriate interventions to maintain safety inside the hospitals. The Department of Health to use the results of this study as a basis for planning for realistic health programs and projects that will genuinely address the safety of nurses and patients in the clinical areas. They can also use the results of this study as part of their policy reforms that can contribute to nurses and patient safety culture, and future researchers to use this study as a reference for their future research endeavors.
Good day, everyone. I'm Kathleen De Leon from the Philippines, and I'm going to discuss to you the introduction of our study. Safety attitudes, according to Sexton et al. 2006, are linked to the beliefs, perceptions, feelings, or thinking of an individual towards safety practices, procedures, and policies. These attitudes are important for individual nurses since they are the ones mostly present in the contact with the patient. Once they are acquired this safety attitude, they tend to practice with care, as this kind of attitude impacts their decisions, which shapes their behavior toward rendering care of their patients, according to Yu et al. Of 2016. As Hans et al. Of 2020 stated, nurse safety practices influence positive patient outcomes, and it has an impact on hospital safety culture. This complements the work stated by Ellis et al. Of 2020 that a positive safety attitude, when implemented, leads to the development of a strong safety culture. This encompasses the nurse's sense of commitment and responsibility that echoes their level of individual beliefs about safety rules, safety instructions, procedures, and methods regarding safety issues. This is why nurses we equip with positive safety attitudes have fewer patient falls, medication errors, pressure injuries, healthcare-associated infections, mortality, physical restraints, vascular access device reactions, and higher patient satisfaction, according to Alanazzi et al. Of 2022. For the methods, this study utilized the descriptive correlational design to assess safety attitudes in the clinical area of a tertiary government-owned hospital in the Philippines, which serves specifically the underprivileged individuals. Respondents of the study were nurses purposefully selected as they satisfy the criteria by the researchers as follows. They have worked at the hospital for more than 1 year and are willing and able to participate in the conduct of the study. Data were gathered using the self-made questionnaire for the demographic profiles of the nurses respondents. And second, the assessment of nurses' safety attitudes, the use of the safety attitudes questionnaire by Sexton et al. Of 2006. Data was statistically analyzed using frequency, percentage distribution, weighted mean and ranking, independent samples, Kruskal-Wallis test, and Dunn's pairwise test. Now let's move on for the results and discussion of the study. For the first problem, what is the profile of the nurses in terms of personal profile? First, for the profile of the nurses, most of the nurse respondents belong to the bracket of 31 to 40-year-old. They are female, assigned to the adult female ward. Nurse 1, working 1 to 3 years in the current unit or area of their assignment, had been working at the current hospital or workplace for 1 to 3 years, and with 30 to 40 working hours per week. Also, most of the nurse respondents are working for 1 to 3 years in the current unit or area of assignment and had been working at the current hospital or workplace for 1 to 3 years and within 30 to 40 working hours per week. And now, may I give the floor to my co-author, Mr. Adelson Navicuteri, for the continuation of the results and discussion.
For the result and discussion, problem number 2, what is the nurse's perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of teamwork climate? There was a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of teamwork climate. This means that the nurse respondents perceive they have a hospital environment that is marked by the shared belief that they have to work together to achieve the hospital's mission and vision, which is to become the center of excellence in treating infectious diseases and patients. They can see that their workplace is successful with people or employees collaborating and cooperating in the way they think, plan, and decide for the betterment of the organization and the patient as well. This makes all things easy to accomplish for everybody in the hospital as they work for one goal in harmony. For the problem number 2, what is the nurse perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of safety climate? There was a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of safety climate. This means that the nurse respondents perceive that they have a favorable safety climate within their workplace, which affirms a notably favorable perception as they are working in the tertiary government-owned hospital in the Philippines. They knew that as nurses, they were required this hospital to observe optimal obedience to the standard precautionary measures including hand hygiene, sharp safety, to keep patient and staff safe. This awareness about safety climate reflects the nurse respondents' view of how they can help maintain according to Ballard and Kang, the degree to which an individual like a nurse can effectively manage physical, psychological, and cultural threats from the environment. For the problem number 2, what is the nurse perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of job satisfaction? There was a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of job satisfaction. This means that the nurse respondents working at the tertiary government-owned hospital, the locale of this study exhibit contentment concerning their employment. Just like in the studies by Sali et al., Zhao et al., and Bitan et al. 2019, was also illustrated that nurses feel good about their work and personal relationship in the workplace. This kind of job satisfaction made the nurses respondents become more productive and committed to their employers. This is why there is a low turnover of nurses at the locale of the study. Their positive sentiment toward their roles in their workplace underscore the locale of this study's success in cultivating an environment that values nurses, staff, and prioritizes their overall professional well-being. For problem number 2, what is the nurse perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of stress recognition? There was a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of stress recognition. This means that the different situation that they encounter every day, a diversity of hospitalized cases, being in close contact with infectious and non-infectious patients, that they need to fulfill their responsibilities to them accurately and efficiently. Forced overtime hours, their workplace location, the sudden need of extra manpower, and the attitude of their coworkers, which can all impose tremendous stress on them. This is why they need to be careful at all times in terms of what they have to do inside the ward or their department. As nurses, they need to assess what kind of stress are they into and cope with it in a way that they can deal with it. They also need to recognize that some stress is part of the nurse's job, and with it comes the adrenaline of doing things right at the right time for the right person, leading to positive adaptation and flexibility to do things for better outcomes. And now I will give you the presentation to my co-worker, Mr. Ernest Santos.
For the continuation of resultant discussion, for the problem number 2, what is the nurse's perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of perception of management on a unit level? There was a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of perceptions of management on a unit level. This means that the nurse respondents perceived that their unit nurse leaders recognize the importance of safety attitude. The reason for this is that the hospital is a special hospital for patients with infectious diseases, which puts everyone at a risk of being infected. Nurse managers here are trained to maintain safety, and it includes valuing their influence on their subordinate outcomes like safety behavior. Throughout the influence of these nurse managers, like mandating or advising their subordinates to follow safety protocols in their area, as well as for the whole hospital, nurses in each unit maintain their safety attitude, which of utmost importance at the hospital to refrain from becoming infected and also to stop the spread of the infection. Staff nurses believe that their supervisors would do their best for the patients and even help subordinates like them maintain a safe attitude of managing things according to keep patients' safety. What is the nurse's perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of perceptions of management on a hospital level? There was a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of perceptions of management on a hospital level. This suggests a favorable perception by the nurse respondents of their unit managers. It also reaffirms the nurse's positive perception of management towards their effectiveness. These nurses note that the unit managers adeptly handle situations involving challenging personnel, employing constructive approaches. Nurse respondents perceive that the effectiveness of the unit managers at the hospital supported their daily efforts. Part of this is that nurse managers demonstrate active support for the nurses' daily undertakings and promptly communicate relevant information regarding potential impacts on their work environment. This nurses' collective evaluation of their unit managers portrays a largely positive perspective indicative of well-executed managerial strategies that prioritize patient safety without compromise. For the continuation, what is the nurse's perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of working conditions? There was a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of working conditions. The findings of a high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of working conditions signify a positive collective viewpoint of the nurse respondents towards their working conditions. This can be traced from the fact that the nurse respondents spend most of their time in the work environment. When they facilitate a safe and positive work environment, they ensure the safety of their patient as well as the other staff. They do this by wearing face masks or gloves and even PPE to make sure that everyone is safe and the infection does not spread. They also consider avoiding too much risk in the area as they settle for following religiously the standard precautionary measures. Among the various factors assessed, the availability of essential information
for diagnostic and therapeutic decision-making emerged as the highest item in the table, which implies that it is particularly significant for the nurse surveyed. This observation underscores the pivotal role that access to relevant data plays in enabling effective patient care, delivery, and informed clinical judgments. The emphasis on this aspect is indicative of the hospital's dedication to ensuring that the nurses are adequately equipped for their tasks. And for the summary of nurses' perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area, in summary, there was a high degree of the nurses' perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area, with 3.94 as its overall mean score, interpreted as a high degree. The highest item in the table is job satisfaction, with a 4.18 mean score, interpreted as a high degree of safety attitude. Next is teamwork, climate, and perception of management on a unit, labeled with a 4.02 mean score, interpreted as a high degree of safety attitude. The lowest is stress recognition, with 3.70 mean score, interpreted as a high degree of safety attitude. Based on the table, the high degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of job satisfaction suggests that the nurse respondents are greatly satisfied with their jobs. This satisfaction with their job empowers the nurse respondents to take more active roles in hospital affairs. This also means that they do not have intensified emotional exhaustion that can influence their perception of their work as tiresome and repetitive, leading to frustration and discouragement. The lowest in the table is a stress recognition, although it is still interpreted as a high degree of perspective. This means that the nurse respondents working in the tertiary specialized infectious hospital, the locale of the study, do not feel stress, often because they are satisfied with their job, as they have a teamwork climate top 2.5 in the table, and they perceive management as support in their unit top 2.5 in the table. Now for the continuation of the result and discussion, let me present to you my co-author, Dr. Cecilia Martinez.
Okay, for the continuation of the results and discussion, now I'll be discussing the significant differences in the nurses' perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area when grouped according to their profiles. So actually, there were no significant differences in the nurses' perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area. This is in terms of the dimension teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to age. In terms of grouping according to gender, there's actually no significant difference in the terms of dimension teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition management on a unit level, and management on hospital level, and lastly for work conditions. In terms of grouping according to the unit of assignment, there were no significant differences in terms of the dimension teamwork, job satisfaction, management on the unit level, management on hospital level, and work condition. In terms of grouping, according to work position, there were no significant differences in terms of all the dimension, teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on a unit level, management on hospital level, and work condition. And when grouped according to the length of time working in the current unit of assignment, there were no significant differences in terms of the dimension, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on a unit level, management on hospital level, and work condition. To continue, there were no significant differences also in the nurse's perceived degree of safety attitude in the clinical area in terms of the dimension teamwork climate, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, management on hospital level, management on hospital level, on unit level, and work condition when grouped according to the length of time working in the hospital. And also in terms of the dimension safety climate, stress recognition, management on hospital level, and work condition when grouped according to work hours per week. And also for the last of the results and discussion, the null hypothesis was rejected at points where there are significant differences in the dimension of management on a unit when grouped according to age, in the dimension safety, climate, and stress recognition when grouped according to their unit assignment, in the dimension teamwork climate when grouped according to the length of time working in the unit or the current unit of assignment, and lastly in the dimension teamwork climate, job satisfaction and management on the unit level when grouped according to their work hours per week. Okay, moving forward for the conclusion. So the researchers concluded that nurses have a high degree of perception in terms of safety attitudes. So they perceive it highly in terms of dimensions, teamwork culture, safety climate, job satisfaction, stress recognition, perception of management on the unit level, perception of management on hospital level, and working condition. So this indicates that the respondent nurses were concerned with their safety attitude, especially towards rendering care to their patients. For the recommendations. So based on the results of the study, the following recommendations were given. That nurses should maintain their safety attitude in nursing units and across hospitals to have a very positive outcome of patient safety, and that they participate in the conduct of the staff development program developed through the result of the study. So patient also has to have confidence in their services being rendered to them by their nurses. So nursing leaders and managers to adequately assess the safety culture in their workplace and clearly articulate a framework to guide their staff nurses as they work to increase safety within their work setting. So they must contribute to the development of plans, future training, and programs that will enhance the safety culture and level of commitment of their staff nurses and the nursing service as a whole. So for the hospital, to implement the staff development program developed through the result of the study, so they should also identify the strengths and the areas for improvement in the clinical area to develop appropriate interventions to maintain safety inside the hospitals. And for the Department of Health, to use the results of the study as a basis for planning for realistic health programs and projects that will genuinely address the safety of the nurses and patients in the clinical areas. They can also use the results of the study as part of their policy reforms that can contribute to nurses and patient safety culture. And for the future researchers, of course, to use this study as a reference for their future research endeavors. Okay, these are our references. Okay, thank you so much.
I am Adhiya Jaffar from
Thank you so much for such a highly informative session. We appreciate it. And now we are going to move to the next presenter for this conference. Please allow me a moment. I would like to thank you again for the presentation. If you have any questions regarding this presentation, you can put that in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. I would like to introduce you to Honest Santos, who is from Department of Nursing, San Lazaro Hospital, Manila, Philippines, who was also the co-author of the same topic, that is safety attitudes as assessed by nurses in a tertiary hospital in the Philippines. The abstract is as given below. We thank you, Honest Santos, sir. Now, the next presenter is Adelson Aviquitero, sir, who is from Department of Nursing, San Lazaro Hospital, Manila, Philippines. He is also the co-author of the presentation of safety attitudes as assessed by nurses in a tertiary hospital in the Philippines. The abstract is as given below. We thank you, Adelson, sir, for sharing your presentation. Now we are moving to the next presenter, who is Madiha Safar. She is PhD Scholar of Business Administration, National University of Sciences and Technology, Business School, Pakistan. The topic that she will be presenting today is uncovering diversification benefits return spillovers in USA ESG and non-ESG oriented banks. Her abstract is as given below. Now let's see what she has to share with us. Please allow me a moment so that we can play her presentation.
I am Adhiya Jaffer from Nest Business School, Pakistan. My research paper topic is uncovering diversification benefits, return spillover in USA, ESG and non-ESG bank. This is the outline of my presentation. I will start with introduction, then I will discuss the literature view. After that, I will explain the research gaps. Then I will discuss the objective and hypothesis of this study. Then I will discuss the theoretical framework. Then I will explain the empirical methodology. After that, I will discuss the results. And I am going to discuss the introduction. As we all know, bank mismanagement leads to disruption in the financial system and creates financial distress that has a spillover effect on the economy. Financial products are interconnected through the balance sheet and affect the overall economic system. Spillover in global financial network increase due to connectedness, technology innovation, and management change. Investors are interested in connectedness of sustainable markets because the sustainable investment strategy have grown by more than 100% per annum. Bank adoption of ESG standard leads to investing in very few projects, and such kind of investment leads to ESG constraints in portfolio. ESG investment restrict and constrain the diversification of portfolio, which increases risk and contagion. Now come to the literature view. Previous studies agreed upon that connectedness increase volatility spillover. A single bank default impacts other financial institutions during interconnectedness, leading to economic recession. Researchers have investigated the association of ESG with Islamic equities, conventional bonds, conventional equities, and green bonds. On the basis of the previous literature review, we find out that the previous study mostly focused on the interconnectedness between sustainability and other investments. There has been less focus on examining the association between ESG-oriented and non-ESG-oriented banks. Our study filled this gap by selecting ESG and non-ESG-oriented banks and estimating their spillover return to determine the financial contagion between them. This paper is based on 3 research objectives. The first one is to examine the return spillover between ESG-oriented Bank of the USA. The second one is to examine the return spillover between non-ESG-oriented Bank of the USA. And the third one is to examine the return spillover between ESG-oriented and non-ESG-oriented Bank of the USA. This study has 3 hypotheses. The first one is that there is a significant return spillover effect between ESG-oriented bank in the USA. The second one is that there is a significant return spillover effect between non-ESG-oriented banks in the USA. And third is that there is a significant return spillover effect between ESG-oriented banks and non-ESG-oriented bank in the USA. Now come towards a theoretical framework. Modern portfolio theory indicates that portfolio risk can be mitigated by diversification. Sustainability measures are incorporated into the portfolio by the exclusion of non-ESG-oriented non-responsible firms, which limited the diversification. This also highlights that financial constraint due to the overinvestment in a particular asset. This overinvestment threshold contributes to a rise in return spillover. Therefore, diversification is required to reduce volatility. Now I am going to discuss the results of this paper. This is a table of descriptive stats. This table shows that data was consisted on 2319 observation from January 1, 2015 to November 22, 2013. Descriptive stat provided the return of stock markets of 8 ESG and non-ESG rented banks. This table shows that UWHR have highest mean returns during sample. Now I am going to discuss the return spillover of ESG. This table shows the return spillover index of ESG rented bank in the USA. This table indicates that the average return spillover between the top 4 ESG rented bank of the USA is 68.6% during the sample period. The on-market highest return spillover was contributed by WFC, which is 33.10% with 66.89% contribution from others to its return. This table shows that Bank of America received the highest spillover, which is 69.68% from others, and transmitted the highest spillover, that is 72.52% to others. On the other side, the WFC received the lowest spillover from others, which is 66.89%, and transmitted the lowest spillover, which is 62.33% to others. Rolling window analysis in figure indicate a sharp increase in spillover among ESG-oriented banks during COVID-19. In the first quarter of 2020, the peak is greater than the peak of the ESG-oriented banks. This peak indicates that ESG banks are highly interconnected to each other. Any positive or negative event in a bank have a high spillover towards other bank. A decrease in spillover observed from the second quarter of 2020 due to the stabilization of the global economy from the COVID-19.
I'm sorry, but we cannot hear anything.
Now I am going to discuss the combined return spillover of ESG and non-ESG rented banks. This table shows that spillover between ESG and non-ESG rented bank is lower than the total spillover of ESG rented bank, but it is higher than the non-ESG rented bank. The Bank of America received the highest return spillover, that is 80.98% to others, and UBCP receives a lower spillover from others and transmitted a 1.79% spillover to others. This table shows the less connectedness of non-ESG rented banks towards ESG rented banks. The minimum effect of non-ESU rented banks toward ESU rented banks provide the portfolio diversification abilities for ESU rented banks. Now I am going to discuss the conclusion of this study. The analysis reveals significant difference between ESU rented and non-ESU rented banks regarding their interconnectedness and spillover, and specifically during the COVID-19 period. ESU rented banks shows higher level of interconnectedness and suggesting a need for cross-market diversification to optimize portfolio performance. On the other side, non-ESU rented banks demonstrate less connectivity and have an effect towards ESU rented bank and providing diversification opportunities for ESU focused portfolio. These are the references of my study. This is all about from my side, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you so much for being such patient listeners of the presentation. And we thank uh, Mahipam for sharing such a valuable presentation with us. Now we're going to move ahead with the conference. I thank Madiha Zafar ma'am for sharing her presentation with us again. And if there are any questions, you can put them in the chat box and it will be answered by the speaker. I would also like to share that Erin Armaic, who's from Barcelona, she's from Department of Nursing, San Lazaro Hospital, Manila, Philippines, was also the co-author in the presentation, Safety Attitudes as Assessed by Nurses in a Tertiary Hospital in the Philippines. We thank her for sharing the presentation. Now we are going to move ahead. We also thank Devin McKenzie who is continuing education intensive English, Houston Communication, Houston, Texas, from Houston Community College, Texas, United States of America, for joining us. And thank you everyone. With a great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. So this conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research, for their constant support. I would also like to thank all universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Now, I would like to know your feedback about this conference. And one by one, every participant can give their feedback. Thank you.
Hi, Rinky. For me, I learned a lot from this conference, and I also would like to thank you for hosting the event, and also thank Eurasia Research for giving us the opportunity to present our paper in this international conference. We're really grateful for it, and we learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are grateful to have you as well. I would like to request Marik sir to share their experience with us as well.
Me, excuse me. You, you ask me?
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much for the whole conference, for hosting, for organizing this great event. I think topics were very interesting and important for society, for economy. So I think all of us learn a lot and we exchange our ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your feedback with us, and you're most welcome. We are grateful to have you as well. Now, I would like to request Noor ma'am for sharing their feedback with us.
I think it was a good experiment. The object was so inspiring. I would like to thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your experience. You're most welcome. And we would like to see you in our future conferences as well. Now, I would like to ask Harun Zingin sir for sharing their experience with us.
Thank you for this organization, and thank you everybody for the sharing their research. I learned a lot from different topics. I hope we can see you soon.
Thank you so much. We learned from your presentation as well, and we hope to see you in our future conferences. Okay, so we will move ahead to Arnett Santos sir for sharing their experience and feedback with us.
We are grateful for the invitation that you have given us. And also, I want to congratulate all the participants with their studies. We learn a lot. And I'm hoping for the future presentation to be made with the organization of Eurasia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to us. And we would like to see you in our future conferences as well. Now we would like to move ahead to Irene ma'am for sharing their experience with us.
Yes, it is a very enriching conference due to the sharing of variety of knowledge and ideas. So we learned a lot today, and thank you.
Thank you so much. We learned a lot with your presentation as well. Thank you for sharing it. And we would like to see you in our future conferences. Now I would move ahead to Kathleen Dillon ma'am for sharing their feedback with us.
Yes, again, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone here in this conference. Also, congratulations to all the presenters for a wonderful presentation, and everyone. We learned a lot. Also, all of the topics are very interesting. So thank you. So, we're hoping to have another presentation in the future with you, Eurasia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to us. We learned a lot with your presentation as well, and we are surely hoping to see you in our next conference. Now I would move ahead with Adelson sir to share his experience with us.
Thank you, Rinky. Though it's our first time to present internationally, we are grateful to have a chance to share our findings with you guys and hope to see you again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We hope to see you in future as well. And now I would move to Adiha Safamat to share their feedback and experience with us.
Is it Albina Garcia, ma'am? Well, I'm Miss Albina Garcia. Thank you, Miss Rupani, and to Eurasia for allowing us to be part of this international event. And thank you for handling the event gracefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words, ma'am. And we are absolutely hoping to see you in our future conferences with more presentations. And thank you for sharing your presentation as well. So now I would move ahead to Madiha Zafar ma'am for sharing her experience with us.